to start with what the premise is of Alex's opinion that we're digging into.
No,
here.
It's better when the audience just gets random.
Figures it out. Okay, that's
It's
fair.
random input out of nowhere, just on stream.
You have to turn the music down.
Oh, it's yeah, it's so loud.
It's immensely loud.
I don't know why that is.
I think it's that audio balancing.
Anyway, continue.
Okay, so I did keto, and I was losing good weight. I was in great health, but the thing that ended it for me is, for those who don't know, keto is just you don't eat carbs. And so I was like, ooh, Jimmy John's, let me have a lettuce wrap. And I got all the stuff I liked inside of it. And I was like, oh yeah, it's like green bread. That's all this is. It's just green bread. I took a bite, all of the fillings, everything in it, nothing. I was eating crunchy water, and I was so sad, because that's what lettuce does. That's what iceberg lettuce does. It overpowers everything because you crunch and there's water. That's why spinach is a better green filling, because it doesn't actually overpower anything. It's just there. It's just a passenger on the sandwich ride.
Alex.
What?
The lettuce has no flavor.
Yeah, no, it's water.
It's not gonna overpower anything.
How many lettuce wraps have you had?
It's not that it overpowers it. I think he just doesn't have the words to properly communicate this. It's not that it overpowers it with a flavor. It's that it makes all the flavors weaker because it's diluting it with water.
I think he had the wrong expectation.
I still don't agree with him. I'm trying to help him articulate.
The lettuce wrap. You should
Why
not
help him?
Lettuce wrap
The whole
bread.
entertainment point is
Because
him
it
trying to
extends
explain
this.
it poorly.
No, but every time I agree with him, he's like, yeah, and then he continues to explain more.
Yeah, yes and me, please. But, wrong expectations going into a lettuce wrap, you're like, I need to have a sandwich, I don't want a sandwich bowl. And it's like, oh yeah, lettuce, it's a holdable, edible thing. That's what bread is. It's a thing you can hold and eat. It's a beautiful combo. It's like 2-in-1 shampoo. A great invention. So, you then eat it, and it's like, damn, that's some lettuce. I wish I could taste the meat and cheese in there. Shame. And now I'm just eating a ball of water in my hand right now.
You know what it is? Alex doesn't chew. He just swallows
What are
the
you-
entire thing.
What are you
That's
doing?
why he only
It's a
tastes the
fucking
lettuce.
snake.
And to be
I
a
can't
better
even
experience,
taste it now because it's just...
It's like when you
just
hand the
lettuce.
dog a piece of bread or whatever, and you're like, no, chew it, and then you just fork it down.
Yeah, I wish I could do that, because then I'd enjoy that wrap significantly more. I stopped keto a few days later because I was depressed. And I was like, I want bread back. Bread wouldn't do
Okay,
this.
you'll
Lettuce
be
made him-
delighted to know that a study came out, not 100% confirming, because studies are, difficult to 100% shit, but implying that your enjoyment of your food does actually affect your body's ability to uptake nutrients from it. So if you eat shit that you legitimately dislike, even though it's healthy for you, you would actually be better off just eating food that you like, because
Yes.
your body just won't absorb it.
There are really good methods of stealth dieting where you have really good tasting foods, but they're built to be low calorie, and they're very good. That's a method of dieting that is just better. Don't trick yourself that health foods are the only way you can do anything.
Also, more focus on eat what makes you feel good afterwards, rather than just diet culture itself, because it will just make you unhappy.
Yes.
You should want to be healthy, not fit into a box of that somebody set out for you.
But yes, that's my reason why I hate iceberg lettuce.
Still bizarre.
And it's also worse because fast food lettuce is significantly worse with that aspect, because it's cheaper and shittier. I don't know why. It's just the Subway lettuce is so shit. But it's also Subway, so it's just shit all the way down.
I mean, technically, Subway's bread is not legally bread.
Yeah, no, legally it's not called bread or something.
American slices,
Yeah.
where it doesn't say cheese anywhere on the package, it just says dairy product. And you're like, oh,
Gotta love
really
it.
now?
I can't say much. I can eat the fuck out of some Velveeta.
I mean, I can't disagree with that. I also really like Velveeta shells with cheese.
The dairy product.
Yeah, it just doesn't say the word cheese anywhere on the not cheese slices for American slices, which you get at the grocery store.
And it takes
Yeah,
about
Slug's got the
three times as
thing.
long to go bad.
No red flags there.
Yeah, my
And
uncle
yes,
cooked
monster
some
hunting.
Velveeta so long that it went bad.
And hunter hunting.
Are we about ready
But
to
how
go live
long-
now?
I mean, I'm ready.
Has Velveeta been around?
Okay, if we keep going for too long, it's gonna be the fucking Deadlands conversation. We're not doing this.
It's
Nobody
your
Google
turn to feel
when
the
Velveeta-
Google, the Google pains I had to.
When were pork and beans?
Oh, God. Okay.
We're live. Welcome. Well, we were audio live before, but now we're visually alive, which is not that interesting because I wasn't expecting to be doing this today, and I've been busy. So you get Discord chat plus Roll20 rolls. Congratulations.
We appreciate that.
Oh, I forgot you still have the dragon.
I do have
Aw.
Necrin here on this one particular page.
I have not seen him since literally you started streaming.
He was there when I started streaming. He was there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like when you very first started, I remember seeing him, but I haven't seen him in like fucking year or something.
No, mostly because he hasn't been on the table talk scene, honestly.
All right, everybody got your Roll20s open.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I was too busy talking about pork and beans and lettuce.
can't believe Audris is fucking dead.
I'm totally gonna clip Alex's iceberg lettuce theory here.
It's not a theory. It's what it tastes like to me.
Again, I keep trying to help you. Feels like would be better.
Overpowering flavor. That's what I got out of it.
I mean,
Yeah, the
taste
overpowering
is-
flavor of lettuce.
Taste by
The
definition.
overpowering
Iceberg
flavor.
specific.
That's what I'm gonna call the
somebody-
clip. Overpowering flavor of lettuce.
Yeah.
The first
Eat-
time me and Alex talked about
eaten in
that
one
was very
swallow.
amusing.
I don't remember when the first time I've talked to you about that is.
I was like driving.
Is talking to
back from
Alex boring?
class.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
can
true.
honestly
We
say
just
talking to
played
Alex is never boring.
And yeah, he can talk to you for 10 minutes about his feelings on lettuce.
them. Yes.
Christ. All right, well, we're not going back to the lettuce discussion. We are good to start. All right. Was there anything from last session that we didn't get the chance to talk about with characters, or did everybody like get their improvements and stuff settled?
I think literally we were just deciding like what our first move was, and that was about it. So
Yeah.
Lot of
that was our
research.
main thing.
Yeah, you guys were settling on the tragedy inn, correct?
yes.
My favorite is looking at the lowest ranking things and being like, yeah, let's not. I gave you guys the full list hoping you guys would gun a little higher.
I tried.
We
But
are
Let it be known I tried.
just little creatures.
I mean, come on. You guys sure you don't want to go after the Sunport sewer gator?
Hey, I mentioned that one first, and they were like, not gators. Call animal control.
I mean, even with a gun, like, I would still not want to deal with a gator. Alrighty. So, who would like to recap our last session? I'm gonna make Devin chew on the bullet again.
I did the
love
first
that.
time.
We, maybe gonna get arrested because that had almost happened, but then we didn't. And then after we explored the place, and found out there was zombies and cool fun stuff under the ground, we had determined we would talk to this angry ghost. And so we went under there. Oh, we were already under there. We went over to the ghost and actually had some really good rolls, and were able to convince it that we were going to come back and clean everything up and make things better, so it didn't need to keep killing people. And it was able to be calmed, and we did that. We didn't get arrested in the end. Cop was just like, it's a shame that the place collapsed. And we're like, yeah, it collapsed. Took not a cop aside and is like, yo, what the fuck? What's up? And not a cop's like, I don't know. And,
Yeah, the main
and the
point was
actual
they
cop
don't
was
know.
like, I don't believe you, but I'm not call this one in because I mean, he didn't say this, but maybe he didn't want to explain zombies. But yeah, so we got off easy. A few scrapes and bruises. Then we got together, talked a little bit, went on a midnight trip to the Taco Bell and Walmart to get tacos and clean up a old mausoleum. And yeah, we got to know each other a little bit more. Found out that we get some rewards from Callthulu. A jar of dirt was summoned. We found out you can actually just trade the jar of dirt in for money instead of just getting a jar of dirt.
Because the college student did it.
The one that probably could have used it the most, yeah.
Besides our unemployed FBI agent.
I also need that money.
Sorry, he's not unemployed. He's on unpaid leave.
Yeah.
There's a difference somewhere
Some
in there.
might call it probation. I prefer unpaid leave.
You must have been pretty bad to get unpaid leave. Anyway, so yeah, after that, after we cleaned up, we all went home, and then messaged each other over the next few days, trying to figure out, what we're doing, if we're gonna go hunt monsters, and if so, what job to take, because Callthulu had a few we could pick from. And yeah, we kind of settled on a bit of a plan. Do some research. Bring extra equipment this time, so that
Sadly unable to acquire a bulletproof vest.
Yeah. But yeah, so we didn't have to strip Cameron's character to make bandages. But yeah, so that's kind of where we left off. I think Cameron was going to do some research for this with maybe an ability. I don't really know how that works. So, but yeah, that's where we kind of left off.
All right. Thank you, Quentin. So, our screen cuts in a mix of the fighting against the zombies. It starts a little further back. The arrival to the cemetery very quickly skips over you all meeting each other. The issue with the cops, one running off down into the depths after the other's gun was fired. It skips into you guys fighting the zombies indoors, and then it kind of cuts as if Liam has joined after the fight rather than during it, in the way that TV sometimes breaks that little bit of timeline. It explains that there's a fucking ghost holding a whole dog. The group interacting with the ghost and lingering a bit longer on some of Mingxi's almost conversation with it. And you guys leaving bathed in the lights of the ambulances, shifting to the bright fluorescent glow of the lights in the Taco Bell, and then walking through aisles and definitely not Walmart before you return.
Looking like we're about to clean up a murder.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not like anybody in Walmart gets paid enough to give a single shit what you guys buy. And our screen cuts black. The opening begins. Now, familiar of our third episode. Pulling back with the tentacles turning into the skyline, the birds sweeping down into the city, dragging past Liam and moving on, following Jacob's car, him into his home, switching to Tobias, and then to Audris, and finally to Mingxi. Our episode starts with you all beginning to arrive at Author's Park. Author's Park is very large, and we'll ignore the actual city layout and size it implies of the city because it is around a Central Park kind of deal. It is large enough that you probably won't be walking the whole thing in a day just because it's not really worth the time unless you're actively out for a long haul jog. You're all parking and you all get a message around the same time from Mingxi saying, plans have changed, can't make it, bye.
Oh.
I'll leave Aza to give you your exact wording and excuses next time. It will remain a mystery for our viewers and for your characters and players. But whether you guys have carpooled or taken public transit or your own vehicles, you find parking spaces or your way down to the sidewalk, and welcome to Author's Park.
Yay.
I thought we were supposed to be doing an inn. Was I mistaken?
I believe you guys settled on, let's see. You had said you wanted to do as much experience as possible at as low of a danger rating as possible. But the only one that had been said was the tragedy inn. If you guys decide that you wanted to do the inn instead, I can shift because I have them both planned.
I think the confusion is that it's called Tragedy Inn. Tragedy Inn.
Yeah, it's the one word.
Oh yes, no, the tragedy inn. There is also the Daisy Inn hotel one. I didn't realize that those could be confused because I was just writing them.
I'll be honest, I was confused until you wrote it down and put it, and I was like, oh, okay, now I get it.
Okay, no, that explains everything. I get that. Yeah, I had posted them, a list of them. Daisy Hotel Haunting, The Tragedy Inn, as in one word. Delaney Mall Devils, Shadow of Author's Park, Boardwalk Butcher, and the Subport Sewer Gator. Both the Tragedy Inn and the Shadow of Author's Park are in Author's Park. there was an interest going for the serial killer one in the park, and then some interest in doing the easiest, which is the Daisy Hotel. So, before we get into it, I can easily pivot and have you guys be arriving at a hotel instead. It depends which of the two.
No,
you
it's
would like
fine.
to
I
do.
was just confused. I think I just keep hearing Tragedy Inn and keep thinking of an inn. So,
Fair.
and I cannot look at my Discord easily at the moment since I'm using it for streaming purposes.
True. I'll also say I've never heard of that word until last week when we played last. I didn't know that was a thing.
I am rife with useless Jeopardy knowledge and very big words from way too much reading as a child, including many that I only ever read and never heard because nobody uses them in regular fucking conversation, so that I have no idea how to pronounce them correctly.
Like Pokemon.
No, not at all like Pokemon.
Well, you read them on your Game Boy all the time, and then like you don't know how it's said. There's no voice acting.
Most of them are very straightforward on how they should be said because they're combinations of other words, mostly animals or
My schoolyard
elements.
arguments would prove you wrong.
Arceus.
That is the first place I did see Facade, and I always thought it was Facade.
Facade.
Yes, exactly.
Mine was epitome instead of epitome.
Oh yeah. That
Oh
was-
yeah,
that was-
100% did that too.
I get caught
After
on-
that, I had the realization that what I was reading could be pronounced different, and so then if I ever wanted to say something, I would actually try and like really subtly look it up if I could. But before the advent of smartphone always in hand, I just kind of had to wing it or adapt.
The one that always got me was as a kid. I always called Rayquaza. I got clowned on that one in elementary school. I'll be real.
Dioxys. There's a lot of Pokemon that were like that actually.
Yeah.
This was the thing that occurred. Arceus, Arceus, Arceus.
We run into this on my channel all the time. I say Magus. People keep
Oh
telling
yeah,
me
people
it's
get mad at us.
Magus. It's actually
Magus.
Magus.
That sounds worse.
Oh god, that hurts.
Yes, it doesn't sound
Let's stick with the other
I've
ones.
been corrected
Magus
many
sounds
times.
cooler.
The wrong one. And then my favorite one so
Magus
far to
sounds
irritate people with is I call it anathema. And it's anathema.
Points at
Anathema?
anathema.
I only know that one because of the sheer amount of Warhammer audiobooks I've listened
Yeah.
to, where they shout anathema a lot. Magus, my favorite was someone left a very long comment on one of Cam's videos talking about how Magus is awful because it reminds him of the word maggot, and a very long write-up of why it's not right to call them Magus. But it's like, it sounds cooler.
I mean,
Wouldn't that be Magus though? Because that sounds more like maggot.
Yeah, it makes no
Magus?
sense. The
It's a
argument
different A.
he's making doesn't make sense, I'll be honest.
I mean,
Oh my
I mean,
god, we're
Magus,
doing
though.
this with fucking pronunciations instead of like.
all right.
Okay,
So
all right.
the
God,
Tragedy Inn
Tragedy Inn.
is the one that we did choose. That is correct.
Okay.
So we
It is
we
one
are
of
in
the
right
two.
place.
In Author's Park. All right.
But yes, could you give us like the small tidbit we had on it one more time since it's been a couple weeks?
Absolutely. The notes for Tragedy Inn is that it is located in Author's Park. There is notes that it is a potential serial killer. The actual findings or evidence so far has been animal violence, so dead and maimed animals have been found, and no human bodies.
Missing people?
Though the app does designate that there are missing people in Author's Park, but two different potential sources.
Yeah, that's the Shadow of Authors.
Yep.
Park. You think we're gonna get double whammied, guys?
That'd be
The
really
park is
funny.
fairly big. You know that it is. The other one is more centralized around an area that is closed off currently at the park. So
Oh.
if you don't go that way, you should maybe be fine. Don't roll too many complications, I guess, or use luck that just hands it to me, or I might.
Let's split up and look for clues. Scam.
Yeah, split up on 2 different mysteries. Nothing could go wrong.
That's twice the income.
You would get a lot of money. I think the Shadow of Author's Park is one of the most dangerous currently.
We'll take that one next. We just wanted to get
Yeah, it's
our
2
like
steps up. It's actually middle.
we wanted to get our feet wet, you know.
Oh well, then that would be the perfect one. There's a pond.
Why didn't we go for the sewer gator then? We could literally get our feet wet.
and chopped off by alligators.
It wouldn't be chopped off. It would be shredded off when it death rolls.
Exactly.
But
All
yeah,
right.
you all arrive at Author's Park in your variety of ways. You may describe how you guys gather.
Well, before we got here, I'll just mention that I have read up on the park. So
Alright,
as long as it's relevant, I get a +1 on my investigative mystery checks.
We shall indeed keep that in mind.
Tobias will get here by bus, as usual. He doesn't drive unless absolutely has to, and worst case scenario, he has to buy a taxi, which he's more than okay with doing, so.
Cooper, much like last time, he's been there for a couple hours. He has when they got the time of when they were gonna meet up, he went early to stake out the location. He also got some coffee, and just for funsies, I'm gonna make a roll. Probably this one's most applicable. There is a coffee stain on his pant where he like rested it on his like nice black pants. So there's just a coffee ring on it.
Lamau.
If I failed that, I was it's gonna just be a coffee stain on his shirt, like he spilled it while drinking it.
Then he fell asleep. Just
Liam pulls up in his silver 2021 Toyota Camry. With Tyke in the front passenger seat next to him. Anybody who like is paying any attention can hear like he's pulling up with like, and he's like halfway through the song of "Get Stoned" by Hinder, and just pulls up, shuts off his car, and pops out, drink in hand.
There's some subtle background audio since the beginning of this episode that, as he arrives, we realize is the song as it gets stronger. And the actual like lyrics cut in long enough before he cuts out the car and it stops.
Wherever you're all gathering, Archaist will just like end up walking, like if there's like a sidewalk nearby, just some guy walking in the distance gets closer and closer, and then you finally see him with his like baseball cap on, once again kind of like a low-key kind of get up. He did seemingly he's still wearing flannel, but this time seems to be wearing shoes that are running shoes. Ready.
It's a fair choice, to be honest.
But yeah, he still looks like he is, some middle-class white dude just kind of walking through the park.
And this time, Cooper is not wearing a overcoat that says FBI on it. It's more of a very it's very good that it's a dark colored hoodie. It doesn't look very nice. It's got some holes in it, but it's just like an Under Armour jacket.
It's actually over armor though.
Ah, I see. Because I do have Under Armour for real.
I mean, I guess you could go to the park with a bulletproof vest on top of your jacket, but I don't think that would go over very well for
I
you.
don't think that'd look good. It's also me looking at my weapons and being like, if only. But I don't want to be the open carry guy, you know? Like
Yeah, at the
shotgun on
park.
the back.
You're having to justify your actions to everybody.
Everybody this side of Oregon giving you a nasty look.
It's my legal right.
And then they hit you with to go back to Texas or Florida.
I'll just stick to my 9mm that's inside like my jacket.
Tobias has brought with him one of those like backpacker duffel bags.
Do you have extra bottles of water and some granola bars?
No. Well, actually, yes, but not the reason why I took it.
Got supernatural bullshit in there.
It's to bait the creature.
But yes, where you guys have gathered, there is, one of those really long kind of parking lots that only has like the one like row of parking lots on one side and then the other with like the little 3x street. It's just kind of like a long wraparound, so it doesn't take up a whole bunch of room. Also because public transit and there's other nearby places to park. But meeting up is not difficult. The entrance to the main kind of pathway on this side of the park is right next to a big nice sign denoting Authors Park. And not too far in from here, anyone who's been to the park before or looked it up knows that there is a kind of very large playground, which is kind of like a central place here. It's where the bathrooms and the water fountains are. And there's been like a little bit of construction in the area, kind of some beautification and such. Authors Park does receive some local donations pretty regularly. It is also the site of lots of different little like statue art reveals or like performance displays. There's actually a part in the park where there's a kind of subtle amphitheater. It's a pretty lively spot. It gets a lot of use, which is unfortunate that there are people missing in it. And off of the main like actual sidewalk that goes throughout the park, it does branch in a few places. There are smaller branches that are like gravel pathways that are a bit through more like wildernessy sections. Some of them aren't actually as isolated as they feel, just through some clever layouts. There's a botanical area that's further in towards the middle of the park. That's near the amphitheater, and if you kept going, you would eventually make your way to where the pond is, along with a mile track and some other little bits of note.
I think Liam, kind of noticing Cooper first, is just like, "Hey, DB Gooper," and like waves.
You have nickname status.
As he's like walking forward, there's like that mutter of haven't heard that one.
Oh, have you not seen Without a Paddle?
No, I have. That was a joke.
Oh, okay.
I've heard that one a lot. He like looks a little embarrassed.
I hope you realize that comes from not just a movie. It's
It
an
was
actual event.
There was a man, DB Cooper, the real guy.
Oh shit. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, we just learned that magic was real recently, so.
It was a public event. It was all over the news.
I'm just more surprised because it's mainly like our pop culture, like, ooh, what happened? Mysterious happenings kind of thing.
You can find
You read
videos
any-
about it all over YouTube.
all over.
I'm baffled.
Also, I guess like fun. You probably know this. Like, I think they found the guy. Some dude confessed. If that's believable.
Oh, okay. Well, at least he got found, I guess.
I mean, he's dead. It was on a deathbed, but still.
Oh,
Well, yeah, but the
I guess he was
the-
dead in the movie too.
money or gold hasn't been found yet.
That's true.
So it's hard to say what was actually said was true or not. So there's a lot of
Oh.
theories that he just died jumping out of the plane.
I wouldn't be surprised. Jumping out of a plane if you don't fully know what you're doing is a little difficult and also dangerous.
Anyway,
Strolls up to you guys.
Oh, right. He reaches into his sweater pocket and pulls out the Neospore, and he promised, "Here you are." Hands it to Tobias.
thank you. I did say I was gonna bring a whole first aid kit just for you, but thanks for this, I guess. He puts it into his duffel bag.
Puts it next
Pike
to
does
the
make like a
door.
little hop towards both of your hands as if you're passing off food. Realizes it's not and goes back to like looking around excited. Tail just going a mile a minute.
Looks
Sorry.
like Ming-Chi is stitched on us for this. Not that I really blame them.
Yeah, school stuff.
Well, yeah, that and, you know, we are potentially looking for a serial killer.
They're lost then.
Well, it's probably not a serial killer if this app thing is to be believed, because otherwise we wouldn't be the ones put on this.
Most likely it's some monster. I mean, I assume all of the, even like that alligator one, I assume that's also just some creature people are calling an alligator.
Ooh, do you think it's something like the Croc from Batman?
At this point, it's hard to know. Anything
These are
could be
people.
real as far as I know.
I would imply Batman is real. Not the worst thing.
Well, I mean, it's not a very big stretch of the imagination. Just some rich asshole who wants to go around and beat up criminals and get away with it.
Be the change you want to see in the
Unlike
world.
some rich asshole who wants to go around and hunt monsters.
I mean, vigilante heroes are a thing after all.
You don't
I
really
prefer
hear about that
Superman
much,
being the
though.
one that's real.
Most of them get their butts kicked quite thoroughly.
You know what? It's probably a little bit like Kick-Ass, I imagine. Where it's like more glamorous than it actually is. You know?
In any case, pulls out the app. Look like we're in the right area.
I think so.
Well,
Uh,
the park is pretty big, so right area might be overstating it much, but it's here
Well-
anyway.
I guess we should probably look for clues.
That's true. And has it just been disappearances? There haven't been anybody who's been found, right?
No people. It said mutilated animals, I believe.
Oh, and kind of looks at Tyke.
we'll keep an eye on him. Also,
Wasn't there
you know,
disappearances? Did I mishear something again?
disappearances, but there's no remains of humans, just animal remains, all mutilated. Is this alien abductions? He looks excitedly between all of you.
Is that part
hope
of it?
not.
I thought they just stuck something up your butt.
Okay. He just looks at you. Huh.
Do they tend to mutilate animals?
Yeah, like cows, like remains of cows that have been left behind by UFOs. I mean, supposed UFOs.
Oh, I've only heard the part where they are like seen in like shows and stuff where they like get beamed up.
I think that was just South Park.
I think The Simpsons did it once.
They've
To be
done
fair, what hasn't The Simpsons done first?
They've done everything.
They did predict Trump.
I was literally gonna make that comment, but then it like winded me that still happened.
Which, that's probably the best evidence that they're actually people from the future. There's like a lot of things, it's like, possibly. The Trump thing is a little hard to look over.
Matt Groening is the Illuminati.
Should we investigate a mystery?
Yeah, we should investigate.
All right, what are you doing? Ask. Oh, this one's the ask questions. Yes.
Cam, you get extra stuff for investigating mysteries, right?
I have some if it's relevant to the history of this park or any written records, or if you guys ask me for advice.
Okay. Because to somebody here, instead of investigating myself, because it'd be like a +1 kind of deal, I can also help one of you out. Because I roll cool instead, and I can give you a +1.
I will need to know what you guys are doing to investigate.
Yeah.
We're splitting up, gang, and looking for clues.
I mean, and I guess
It can be done in a number of ways: following tracks, interviewing witnesses, forensic analysis, looking up folklore in libraries, typing monsters' names into Googles, capturing the monster and conducting tests, and so on.
I guess, in that case, no, I would take the investigative mystery action. Looking around for any evidence of like remains or something. I mean, we've been told like animals have been found here, so like maybe there's some dried blood somewhere, tufts of like fur, hair in places where they shouldn't. Basic like trying to reconstruct a crime scene type thing.
Yeah. Where do you want to look? You don't have a whole lot of like defined places. There is the main pathway. There is the like more woodsy areas. There's completely off the path, and then there's the like central like hub area, which is the playground.
What's that off the path part? Is it just like
they're like gravel pathways, and then you have like completely off the path, which is like traipsing through the woods.
I think there, like specifically that path, like looking into off the path, like did someone get pulled in type of thing.
Okay, so leaving off the like regular sidewalk, going down the gravel paths, kind of like peeking around the edges of that in the woods.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys splitting up to do all of these things? What you doing?
I think Liam is actually gonna go and like ask around, like talk to like maybe some witnesses or people who may have heard like a rumor or hearsay.
Yep, we are actually going to split up. I will walk the path and be looking around for like unusual things that maybe suggest some type of like supernatural happenings, things that are more in my character's wheelhouse of looking for magical things happening in the world. So maybe some type of like ritual's been taking place and someone's subtly set up some runes or something, or some unusual type of stuff's been left behind. I'll be trying to look for.
Tobias says he pulls out his phone and opens up a app he has He has a full like overhead view of the map. He's drawn sight lines from any nearby streets into the park in various places, and has also marked each of the light posts that are recorded in the park, and he has several locations marked as being the most obscured with either light or sight lines or street sight lines indicated. And
That's
so
really
he's
good.
gonna check out the most obscure places in order from most to least obscure.
All right. You probably spend a little bit of time in the company of Jacob before you both kind of are going after different things. But everybody roll for it. And for questions, ask ones that are like more relevant to your particular like avenue of searching.
Okay.
Well, I get the +1 forward for this one since it's relevant to the park's layout.
Yeah, sure. You got the map of this place down pat.
Well,
Extra XP.
Trying my best.
You clicked that button so good though.
Oh, sure, it would work.
All right, so 3 of you get 1 question, and 1 of you gets none, but you do get experience.
Anyone have a particular question that they want to like have?
not particularly.
I'll go with where did it go? If that question is relevant to the areas in which I searched. Possibly like where could it be hiding, or where could the bodies have gone?
As you search all of these different areas and their sight lines, you don't find bodies or piles of bones. You don't find them, kind of like laid out in these more hidden areas. You don't find splatters of old blood or kicked up leaf litter, at least none more than a regular animal could manage. It is a park. But you do find the mouth of a dark pit, kind of sideways into a hill. It would be difficult to get into it. You would have to crawl on your belly, most like. Something has been here. You're not sure if it is what has killed or taken people, but something has been active in this area. There are pretty fresh scrapes in the soft kind of semi-wet earth.
Then next, I think I'll ask. I think the most pertinent to what I'm investigating is what is being concealed here.
as kind of like a tie-in with Tobias's, you don't find any of these missing bodies, missing people. You don't find proof of violence. You do find, however, some of the animals that you read on the thing. We see as Jacob kind of steps off some of the paths, pushing aside bushes, looking into small, like, little gap areas and behind trees, kind of marbling in and off the path, never straying too far, but kind of checking that area. At first, you find tufts of feathers. And a little bit further along, you find a headless bird. You end up finding a few headless birds and one rabbit. It's a long walk to find all of them. They're kind of spaced out and clearly from like different time periods. But you don't find their heads, you don't find any skulls, and you don't find the bodies of anybody who's missing. You do not find any missing persons. Your victims are being concealed.
I see.
But the other, like the dead animals, are not.
And for the purposes of this stream, I asked if we do our in-game chat, we do it in the voice channel chat log, so it can show up on stream.
Voice channel chat log.
That, and I assume it's also one that you can actually see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just put it in there, because then it shows up on stream.
Yeah, Cameron has it where his window is like showing it on stream.
How do I access it?
You click the chat we're in, and it'll open up the chat, voice channel window.
Oh,
Under voice channels, like next to game time, there's that open chat button.
also I love that cue.
There are kids doing horrible things to Barbie dolls.
Inspired by Vamp.
I guess I'm the last one to ask a question, huh? Alright. Liam kind of like is walking up and being a little jovial with like this random passerby. And then it is kind of like going like, so there's been like animals and stuff that are found or whatever. What has kind of like happened to these animals? Kind of like going more towards the question of what can it do, sort of thing.
As you roam around with your dog, looking 100% the part of someone who should be in the park, you clearly have a dog who needs outside time. And a dog is perfect for getting people to talk to you. Even if you were completely uncharismatic, people fucking love dogs. You have multiple people, in fact, stop you to be like, oh my god, can I pet him? You, of course, get very excited kids whose parents kind of like balk a little or, have to warn their kid, gentle, don't grab. But eventually you do pick up a conversation with a man who stops, jogging to talk with you, kind of smiles at Tyke and, rubs his head, kind of plays with his ears for a moment, and he straightens up and, yeah, I come here all the time, and there's still plenty of people around, but people keep talking about, some folks going missing, and like a couple of them are, regulars that I see. We don't talk. He kind of like kicks up a jogging shoe for a second and kind of gestures at the AirPod that he's taken out. But the animals have been around for I don't know, like a month or two. People keep finding them. Always like torn up, heads gone. I'm not really big into animals, so I don't know. You can probably ask Miss Livingston though. She's always around somewhere on a bench. Bird watchers. uh, I guess just I hope whatever it isn't like some rabid animal or something, but that's what most people have settled on. I don't know. Normally you hear stories about those kind of go different though. Like, people get bit and go to a hospital, but don't go missing. Park's pretty big though. I guess you could get lost on the paths if you don't really know what you're doing.
Anybody call animal control at all, or?
Yeah, they've been out here a couple times. They've got some of the people who take care of the park as well looking, some traps out. I hear they were talking about putting out poison, but a bunch of, green folks were a little worried. And pets could get into it. Plenty of animals that aren't dangerous.
That is true. Kind of pets take. I'd rather not get poisoned. Well, thank you kindly. And you said it was Mrs. Livingston?
Yeah, Brianna. Nice old lady. She's probably somewhere. She likes to come and birdwatch here all the time. Tired. She ain't got much else to do. Sweet though. She'll give you those really terrible, like, strawberry hard candies.
Oh, those are so interesting. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't think I ever see them outside of like an old person's home or anything.
Stuff's crazy. I don't know. I should probably get back to it. I've got a bunch more steps to get in before I head out. You have a great day. He kind of like pats you on the shoulder and puts back in earbud and off he goes.
For sure. Enjoy your exercise.
After talking with a couple people, most information you get is the same. The animal deaths have just been attributed to, animals living in the park. You can't keep wild animals out of a green space. You can't even keep them out of cities half the time. And coyotes alone adapt to pretty much everywhere. But the people who have gone missing, there's not necessarily like a set time or anything for it. But the only thing you really find for that is that they're normally alone. Either they were at the park alone, or it was noted that they went off somewhere. So, if anything's taking these people, it's targeting people who are alone, won't go after groups, and does go after animals as well.
Okay.
And, of course, has to be sneaky, because there's not really any sightings of it.
Well, Tobias has found a hole. So, any
We can investigate
spelunkers?
Never done it, but I'll do it.
Did anyone bring 50 foot of rope?
Oh, I forgot that in my adventurer's pack.
Hemp and rope? Come on, Cameron, you know you have some hemp and rope.
I mean, I could say I do. Technically, my preparedness only is for I need something unusual or rare. I guess having rope would be unusual.
Having 50 foot of rope?
Depends
I think with
on
the professional, it's supposed to be like, weird relics or strange books and such.
Not the staple item from D&D.
But it would be pretty unusual to carry 50 feet of rope.
It would.
It would also be incredibly heavy for you to be carrying 50 feet of rope.
I don't know. Our
It's all in his
Well,
backpack.
climbing rope these days is not nearly as bad. The nylon rope's not that heavy compared to the thick weave, like stuff you'd see on a fucking ship that you always imagine in D&D. But as you all are messaging back and forth, since you are over that way, Liam, you do pass by the playground, as do you, Audra, since you mentioned you were listening to little girls sacrifice Barbie in the name of their Dark Lord. There's a bunch of parents and people over there gossiping. It seems kind of like a nice hangout area. There's benches kind of set away from the kid area. There's the restrooms and a little water fountain. You guys catch a number of more useless gossip about individuals, about things in the city, some complaints about some zoning issue, and somebody saying, well, I'm going to go to that public, meeting, and, the council's going to hear what for. As well, you find out that there is actually a groundbreaking taking place. There's been some construction in the area lately, and a beautiful fountain is supposed to have a groundbreaking at dusk. Some local politician of some sort or the other is supposed to attend, gonna have news here. It's just be a nice shindig.
It's more ghosts ruining their ancient home ground.
The entire city was built on an Indian burial ground. We're doomed.
Ooh.
But I guess we all meet back up, and it's happening at this park, the groundbreaking ceremony.
Yeah, it's not too far from the playground, this little central area. There, technically, it's already kind of unveiled because there's a fucking fountain sitting there. It's not really covered with anything, but there's no water flowing or anything like that. There's some little signs, saying, the family that donated, to the park, and they're, made this fountain in their honor as thanks.
Oh.
And it has the time and the date of the event.
Do I know anything about this? Given that I do have a little interaction with the city. I go to the council meetings and stuff.
It's such a nerd. Yeah, it's I'm not even gonna give them a role necessarily, but they are a local politician. It is a woman named Sydney Meyer, who is coming to do the groundbreaking. She's kind of one of the PR people for the city, essentially. It's supposed to be a pretty small little event. It was mentioned in one of the little city meetings where they update people on changes and have discussions with the council and stuff about, zoning and costs for stuff, little changes, new boards, stuff that are being, founded. It is just a nice little thanks to people who provide money to help take care of the park and upgrade the playground. They've done a couple things, so.
Not built on ancient burial grounds or anything, though, as far as I've heard.
Well, it didn't get brought up by somebody at the hearing, so no drama that you know about. And since Tobias actually researched before coming here, no, the park's just a nice park.
Just making sure we weren't,
no hidden graveyard or site of some horrible thing took place here that you guys know about.
It was an old battle,
The dinosaurs
no
fought here.
Deep under the place, you stole Oregon stole some of California's tar pits. There's a saber tooth still waiting to get its teeth into that prey. It's here with a vengeance. It got moved a millimeter further by the ground shifting slightly.
But
You guys do eventually regather. Luckily, none of you being targeted off by your lonesomes. It does require everybody going back to the main path because Tobias proceeds to take you guys to some really fucking shady spot. Which, I mean, we know he was looking for, but, like, you feel like you're gonna be kidnapped or murdered out here.
I'm impressed you found this.
Oh, well, I just had a battle plan. I drew up the sight lines here on the map. He shows you his in-depth diagram.
You know, looks at it real, like, in depth. That's really impressive.
This spot has pretty much no sightlines from any path. It is actually in one of the largest gaps between any of the paths and is in the dead middle, just slightly off from dead middle in like a little clearing area where it gets a little hilly, which further blocks sight even from the woods. And it is a mostly earthen, not a whole lot of rock. There's some just a hole kind of cutting into the side of the hill.
Is there any signage at all around here?
No signage on here.
Cooper looking at that like solid chance they might not even know this is here. I mean, if there's like a small cave or something, yeah, kids could get in there. They'd do well to put a sign up.
What's those old mysteries do? Like, do we look at like for tracks or whatever to this cave, or?
I didn't see anything when I first looked over, but we can definitely go over it again. You know what they say. 10 eyes are better than 2.
Yeah, I won't make you guys roll for it. You guys are very cool, badass hunters. Well, becoming. You guys take a look at the mouth of this cave. There is like all the leaf litter and like smaller plants have been kind of like kicked and pulled away from it, like it's been dug out, either widened or entirely dug. There are some like plants nearby. It's not like a, American lawn clearing. But here in the dirt, you can see both claw marks and human fingers, like prints dug through.
There we go.
You can see partially covered like shoe prints, footprints, handprints, paw prints, claw prints.
Can we turn on a flashlight and like try to look in?
Yep. You cut on your phone's flashlight, lean down and shine the light in. The slope of it means that you can't see whatever the back of this is, but it does like slope slowly.
We could throw something in there.
I suppose he grabs a rock and chucks it in.
All right.
Kind of like tossing it into like a turtle's den. It kind of just thumps into the ceiling and then down into the floor, and you hear it like slide a bit in the dirt. It's not very steep, and it's not tall enough for you to really chuck it in there. Unfortunately, it looks to find out too much unless you have an excavator on hand. Somebody will have to crawl in on their belly, and there is only enough room for one person at a time. You're also not sure if there's enough room inside of it to turn around.
It's finger on nose.
Can't be too bad. He'll just like kind of like begin going in.
So will Cooper. He was also very like, also shrugs. Like, yeah. Most likely something's in there, and kind of need that thing dead.
I could just, well, I don't know. Maybe if the rock didn't hit it, maybe it's too far into.
We should leave at least one person out so that nothing comes in behind us, because there's not too much maneuverability, it looks like, in there. If something were to come in behind you, you would have very little in ways to defend yourself.
We should get a camera, like a GoPro.
Oh shit! Should I go grab my hunting rifle.
I don't know if you could maneuver that while crawling through this.
That's
You
true.
got anything else?
And
Ron?
it would look a little weird walking through the park with it too, I suppose.
I feel the same way with my shotgun.
Well, it might not be the best, but you could use it to stab something. As he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a article that's wrapped in cloth, and he reveals a very nice-looking silvery sword.
Yeah. Is this one also blessed?
No, I bought it for a pretty big price, but after I looked into it, nothing that, like, you can see these marks written into this blade here, and they don't seem to really relate to anything. So it was probably a scam, but I did check the material composition of the weapon, and it is made of pure silver. So
You have a sympathetic look from me. Been there.
I mean, oh, this might be perfect actually. What if this is a werewolf?
I came prepared. Whoever is going in could use it to stab forward at the very least.
That's true. And Leah will take the sword, I guess.
Very quick bathroom break. Will you just do that?
Okay.
Devin, even more evidence for why you should pick up the Chosen playbook at some
You
point.
should.
This is like your Chosen One sword. You have your awakening moment.
This is actually Arthur's sword from.
You know,
You're
it's
gonna get
funny.
some vision.
It was said to be Arthurian, not Excalibur, but from the time period. Even though it definitely
Oh
isn't.
shit! It's Lancelot's sword. Let's go.
Even cooler.
Oh, whoever's staying out, could you hold this? He, like, hands back his soda.
Sure.
Back. Knew the Coke before the game was a bad idea.
No worries. All right. Well, if something attacks you, I'll see if I can try to help protect you.
No worries. That just
With magic.
All right. So who is going in first?
That'd be me.
Is somebody going in after you?
Me.
All right. And then Audris and Liam, you guys are keeping watch outside. Or not Liam. It's fucking Tobias.
Fucking Tobias is gonna stay outside.
All right.
I'm just ready to help pull them back out if they start getting mauled to death.
Tyke, stay with Tobias.
Ears perk up at stay, and you kind of like point at Tobias, and immediately Tyke like trots over, looks at the floor, turns around, sits down, and then looks up at Tobias and back to you for approval.
He nods. Good boy.
Immediately dog smile.
This is a well-trained dog.
Isn't he the best? Just adorable. Also, this thing apparently attacks animals rather viciously, and it's better that we're not caught alone, you know?
Makes sense. Good luck. We'll be ready to help as soon as, well, if anything happens. Tell us, vocally, what's going on in there.
I wonder how much dirt has to be above you to lose service.
How far does it go?
Concern.
Only a few feet.
That's good. It's fine. You can just shout down the tongue. That your face is the wrong way, so it's fine.
I'm sure we can still hear them say, "Hey, there's a huge hole and it keeps going."
I mean, if you just scream, people can hear that too, I'm sure. So
It's
Ian.
killing me.
You drop down to your belly and army crawl into the hole with a sword.
When you say it like that.
All right. You do so. It is kind of a tight fit. It widens in a few spots, but for the most part, some part of you is, like besides your belly, is touching one of the earthen walls. You crawl in, and there's kind of like a little bit of a rise for a second before you crawl over that like hump and crawl in deeper. You slide just a little bit, but nothing crazy. Let's continue crawling, and you get entirely into the den. And then you get far enough in that Jacob following you can fit. And then another body length. And another body length, and it begins to level out. Do you have a light on as well while you're doing this?
Yeah. Flashlight's on my cell phone.
Yeah.
Yep. It is the most found footage, like horror, like flashlight movements, because you're like having to crawl with your elbows while one hand clutches a sword pointed out right and the other one has the phone in hand. So the light's just wonky, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and every single time every viewer who's watching the show is waiting for your camera, like the flashlight, to swing back and be on the face of something grisly, or at least a jump scare. You don't get a jump scare, Liam. As it levels out, you're able to keep the light a bit more steady as you crawl. It's a little bit wider here, and it opens up. It smells off, earthy. There's kind of a strange, like, musk that makes you wrinkle your nose. But there's no smell of blood or rot, which makes it a little bit startling when you move the camera and your phone's light falls on a headless corpse. Not of a bird, but of a child.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, what the fuck?
And behind them, another human body. And another human body. 5 headless corpses in total ring around the edges of this small earthen room. It isn't tall enough for you to do much more than kind of lift yourself up on all fours, but even then your back and the back of your head is pretty much flat to the ceiling. This place is just wide enough that the other bodies are in here.
Cooper?
Like he's wiggling his way through, finally able to get space.
You're able to move to the side enough for him to enter the room as well. Luckily, you can turn around and crawl back out rather than having to back up, but you're in very tight quarters with a bunch of corpses.
He kind of like looks away from it, kind of shying away from it a bit. Is there something that particularly favors taking the heads off of bodies that you're aware of? And he kind of like leans to the side for you to get a better look.
Yeah, seeing
past you.
this. Oh. I don't know if there would be a method that I could like see if I've read something about this. Not off the top of my head. Shit.
Yeah, I'd say he wouldn't probably know. Jacob doesn't have any reason to know too much about like just random ass like animals or bizarre monsters necessarily. Not entirely your scope.
He knows like general cryptids and monsters,
Yeah.
media and such, but
Like, I can't off the top of my head think of like cryptids that just take the head.
Yeah, exactly.
You could probably just Google it when you crawl out, or ask one of the others. But you do find that you have no service down here.
How about you? He almost called you Arceus.
I'm pretty sure it is just us two.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just
is
the
it just
two.
the two
The
of
other
us?
two are
Oh.
outside.
Yeah. Looking around, are there any other passageways?
Nope.
Okay, so it is just. It's just.
You guys, 5 headless people that aren't bleeding or rotting.
That's even weirder. Yeah. I have a feeling that this might just be a place where maybe they're just stored. I don't think this is like a den or anything.
Yeah. Doesn't look like anything particularly else is here.
In that case, we should.
Though we did find 5 of the victims, I guess.
We found something. Who knows? I mean, Tobias would, if anyone would know. I'm gonna mark where this is. When we're done with
Your
this.
mic is popping, by the way.
Was it popping? Shit.
Oh, right. This is kind of grim, but he'll flip over to the app and take a picture of the bodies.
Sends us message in the group chat. Look what I found.
Is this a better?
Headless corpses. Yeah, I didn't hear any popping.
Cool. I'll make a note of it, and when we're done with this hunt, I'll let Officer Weber know.
Well, shall we make our way out?
We really should.
Meanwhile, above. This feels like real horror movie kind of vibes.
What makes you say that?
Well, they've just crawled into a very small, cramped space in a hole in the ground. And I just half expect to hear screaming in a moment.
I mean, screaming I don't think would be too unusual. I mean, there could be a badger down there or something.
You know what? If there's a badger down there, I'm gonna feel a little silly.
But since there's been no screaming yet, hopefully everything is going good.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like something could immediately remove their heads and, you know. Just kidding. But yeah, we kind of wait patiently, anxiously.
Alongside your
Yes.
conversation, the framing of the camera does make it a little eerie. There's lots of sounds, of course. It is a park rife with life. In the distance, occasionally you can hear, someone shouting, most likely a kid screaming over the playground. Though, given the knowledge of something going on, it does kind of put your teeth on edge. Every now and then a stick will crack, or the birdsong will lull for just a moment. Something will suddenly touch your face, and it's another fucking bug. There's just enough tension, and then teases that nothing's wrong. A little back and forth before eventually you hear kind of thumping and scraping and puffing and huffing as our first of the 2 hunters to descend emerges. Absolutely caked in fucking dirt.
Oh, gross.
Yeah,
Smacks like a spider that was on him or whatever.
Oh, no badgers in there?
It's actually a lot worse. Actually, well, we found like 5 headless bodies down there.
Hails a little. Oh,
Headless. That's interesting. Mr. Cooper said something about finding headless animals before, too.
Yeah, I have a picture if that would help with anything, but it's kind of grim.
As like Cooper's already crawling out, as like you say, as them also just wiping. Actually, luckily not wiping away cobwebs. He had someone in front of him take all of it for him.
Unfortunately, grim is kind of our hobby, I guess. I mean, I guess it is a job because you can be paid by it.
Probably seems like good money, but yeah.
I guess.
Well, then here, I guess, and he will like open like the gallery in the app or whatever and hand you his phone.
So they're kind of ringed around like a crevice or something? What was it?
It looks kind of just like a den. Like it's just a really wide but not very tall room kind of dug out. It's not perfectly round. It's a little wonky. There's like some roots that kind of marble through it, some rocks here and there. But there are 5 bodies kind of scattered around. The kid is sort of in the middle, but they seem mostly just kind of like loosely put somewhere.
So there doesn't seem to be any greater purpose.
No. They're not arranged in an odd way.
yeah, maybe those girls were actually sacrificing people. No, but does it look like something could feasibly be living in there?
More it just looks like a storage area, right? Turns to Cooper.
Well,
Unless it is a creature that could move around, there's no evidence of like a living space. Honestly, it might just be a storage area to hide the bodies.
I was kind of just asking our what are they called in this?
Keeper.
Just because they keep using the word den, and since we got shown a picture, I was trying to see if there was any clarification on if it.
It's not like a cave. It's not just a hole. It's the best I have for it. It is a dug tunnel and a dug room at the end of it.
But no indication that
there's not like bedding or belongings down there. There's not like cast off bits of food. It kind of depends on what you know about denning and kind of depends on the animal too. And this is probably not a regular animal, whatever it is. It is enough space for 2, maybe 3 of you to squeeze in. But that is about it, and it would be incredibly uncomfortable. All the rest of the room is taken up by the bodies. The area near the mouth and kind of off to the side of the kid in the middle is a little bit more empty. And like the way the walls look, it's definitely been dug out by something. Though lots of animals will also reuse other things' dens, so whatever the monster is could be doing that too.
all right.
How clean were the beheadings, if at all?
They are a little rough. They're not like perfectly straight across, but they're not like that messy like false skin special effect where it like rips in like weird long strands. It's neither of those. It's a little rough, but it is mostly a approaching straight cut across. They're all a little different amount of neck is left. Not at all like close to the head, like the actual like where it meets the jaw though. And none of them are actively bleeding nor rotting.
Rotting. Oof.
Yeah, they look almost like fake bodies, just because it's so strange.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right? Because as far as I'm aware, the animals have been like appearing for like months now.
How thorough did you guys like touch or look at the bodies? Or did you just take the picture? Because that's all I got.
I would say Liam probably just took the picture because it was kind of a grim situation. Any other thorough stuff, he probably would have left to Cooper.
Yeah, it wasn't anything too much. It was purely like looking at them, seeing, that's corpses weird. No blood, no rotting. And then yeah, the picture is like, all right, we can investigate that with everybody.
Then the only thing you necessarily get on top of that from the picture is that their clothes don't seem super fucked up. I mean, yes, caked in dirt, just the same as you guys from crawling down there. And that the like inside of the neck stub looks a little weird. It is like kind of like pushed outwards. It's like the trachea is like wider.
Oh, and I guess something that I can also say, there was no like smell of like blood or rot or anything. It was just a very earthy smell. I don't know if that necessarily overpowers anything, but that's probably something to note as well.
Yeah, does that I don't know, trigger any flags for you? He's like looking right at Tobias.
Let's see. Honestly, I mean, the only creatures I can think of that eat heads come from African culture, which I don't think we'd be dealing with here. It has to be a creature capable of moving about, well, I guess minus the head, around 77 kilos on average. You didn't see any signs of struggle or marks on the bodies either?
I honestly didn't take too close of a look.
There were those marks leading into it, though, of handprints.
Except for that part, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not like drag marks, is it? He takes a closer look at them again.
Are they struggle marks or dragging limp body marks?
I was more indicating like a fight with the would-be victims.
Yeah, because we were told that there were like actual claw marks going in here and also human finger like marks. And since you'd asked that, I was trying to see if
from what you looked at the entrance before, nothing necessarily stood out as a fight specifically or like a struggle. And now it has been ruined by two people crawling through it.
Again, I just didn't get a closer look. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It didn't seem like it. The picture doesn't seem to have any of the bodies chewed up or bleeding in any particularly odd places, does it?
No, in the picture you can't see any like clear injuries to anything, but I mean the missing head. They just look a little dirty.
Also, it kind of doesn't look like it was like a hack job either. Like, it's not like perfectly straight, but it's not like. I don't know what would be the proper word for it.
Do you know loosely what the word is?
It's not like somebody took like a hacksaw to him, where it's like catching or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know what word you'd be thinking of. It doesn't look precision, but it doesn't look too rugged or rough cut either.
Yeah.
So this thing, or things potentially, can drag a full-grown adult minus a head, maybe, or maybe with a head. Though you guys didn't indicate any smell of blood, so they were probably beheaded before even entering.
Yeah.
It's capable of ripping a human head off of its body, which is a substantially difficult feat, even for predator animals in the animal kingdom. The human neck is full of all kinds of tendons and muscles, and the, spine and the, surrounding bits, not to get overly technical, are dense for protecting against head injuries and the head being moved too quickly. Which, I mean, considering that we're hunting cryptids, potentially, I guess can't be too unfamiliar. But it seems to also be hunting small animals, too. Is that what you found, Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, a lot of birds, mainly. Unsure if that's a taste thing or what's available. There's a rabbit that I found, but a lot of, specifically, headless.
Let me see here.
This might be a weird one, but like, what if maybe there's not like a struggle or whatever because they like get lulled into a false sense of security?
That's potential. I'm gonna look up cryptids that eat brains. It seems to be whatever this thing's favorite meal is.
Whatever you, Cameron, find on Google is what you find.
Okay.
Or other search engine, if you use that. I use DuckDuckGo because they don't track you, and they help you block advertisers.
I'm not overly familiar, but Tobias is one of the individuals who's very against tracking and such working in internet security. But
He probably has some bizarre open source thing that he's just kind of made into his own.
I found the African creature that I mentioned before. The Nandi bear.
I think Cooper looks it up too, gets excited for a second, like, oh, it could be. Oh, it's from D&D. I googled it, and the first thing that popped up is the elephant.
The Loch Ness Monster probably isn't it, right?
No, unless he's not known for eating brains, nor using small. I mean, it's also described similar to a plesiosaur, which would not be able to fit into said holes. So
It's also in Scotland,
that's true.
unless there are multiple.
It is named
There's a
after...
black market cryptid, like trade.
Yeah, fun enough. So, fun fact for cryptid lovers: a big reason why there's a lot of African myths or cryptids that eat brains is because baboons eat brains. They love it. They behead other baboons sometimes.
You know what? That's a fair thing to make some spooky fucking monsters out of.
When you
I
start-
mean, you don't even have to make a monster out of it. Baboons are fucking terrifying.
they are horrifying.
I just mean, like, if you don't see that happen and you're just kind of hanging out looking for food or something, or just exploring, and you just see a bunch of animals with like their brains gone, you're like, huh,
Yeah,
it's gotta be something else.
that
Cool.
ain't
Cradle of
natural.
Humanity. Some beautiful, beautiful locations. Really interesting critters. Peoples. I'm leaving. and then you get on a plane.
Yeah, baboons are the psychopaths of the animal world.
Yes.
They do some really messed up stuff.
There's a lot of like monkeys and apes that do really fucked up shit.
Chimpanzees
Oh.
are horrifying to each other, but baboons, I think, are
legitimately.
just the most malicious to all things that
Yeah.
move.
Baboons are fucking terrifying. Chimps invented war.
There's a good reason why, if you're looking into like psychology stuff, I had a class that for like a good chunk of it was strictly focused on chimps and bonobos, because they're like the polar fucking opposites, and also we are the most closely related to.
Yep. We got off track again though. How's your research going?
I was mostly on track technically. That's something Tobias would say to everyone.
That's fair. Snapple bottle lid in canon.
Yep. You know, also just another fun fact. Apparently, there's a man-eating beaver called the Fangmalia.
Fail. Can we hunt that?
The f-
I wanna like drop kick it.
You want to drop kick a man-eating beaver?
Yeah.
You've already got one request out that I've straight up said yes to.
Okay.
Share some with the others.
That sounds good.
All right. Well, on top of his research results, can I roll? I guess a investigate a mystery with the clue that we found.
You may.
And is it? Well, actually, I'll just roll it with my lore library bonus.
I was about to say you already
roll-
have a standing one, I think.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if it's relevant to the history or any records of the area, it keeps the bonus. If not, you can just subtract one.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, they're both 12.
Damn.
We did discover, though, that the advanced abilities are only for if you take the ability to use the advanced effects on them. So you will just get the
10
hold
plus 1.
2. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. I'll use one of my holds now to ask the question, what sort of creature is it?
As you kind of research online, there aren't a lot of cryptids or monsters that are known for only eating the heads or brains of things. Obviously, your Nandi-bear is one, as is, of course, zombies. Though you guys have already dealt with those, and they didn't go for your brains. So either whatever it is has a specific want to do it, or it could just be something that isn't really known about. If so, it might share traits with an animal that does take the heads off of things and just leaves the rest of the body, of which there are quite a few. Things like coyotes, raccoons, foxes, minks, cats, and lots of birds of prey do actually just eat the head off of things and just leave the rest. But because the bodies are hidden away in a den, it only acts within the park. It doesn't attack when people are in groups or with animals. And because it has this animalistic trait of what it takes and what it doesn't, since you've not found the heads, you can presume that it is some type of more animalistic monster.
Okay. Because Tobias is thorough, and I'll just ask, it's just kind of part of the same question. Can he rule out, is it like mammalian or reptilian, like based on the type of den and all kinds of stuff like that? Can he narrow it down maybe a little bit more?
The type of den won't help you because again, dens are exchanged a lot between animals. Some of them will widen them, but that's about it. Generally, if something makes it, everybody else will use it once they're gone. It clearly rules out birds of prey. Whatever this is not going to be avian. It would not feel safe if it can fly in a hole in the ground. There's also a lot of dead things, so it's probably not reptilian. They don't need to eat that often. Mammals do, especially if whatever it is actively hunting and killing people. It is going to need the energy to do so.
Okay. So Tobias kind of rolls it all out, gives strong evidence for it being mammalian, and he can't recall of anything specifically. Again, there's the Nandi bear and stuff like that, but those are all super African, like West African myths. It'd be very strange to find it here on almost the other side of the world.
It's probably not the creeper for Jeepers Creepers, so Liam just kind of like closes the window he was looking at.
No, it does not seem to have any preference for different body parts.
There was this like dog head thing that I saw. I don't know if it would fit though. It was like I think it was like ancient Egypt, Greece, and stuff like that.
Are you talking about Anubis?
No, not like that. It was like this creature or whatever that has like a dog's head. Apparently, it's different from lycanthropy and talking dogs, though.
Like a jackal-were.
God, what was it called? It was like Kenneckly or something like that.
Mechanically.
One second. Well, I could just look at my history. What am I doing?
In any regard,
Cynocephaly.
Cynocephaly. Yeah, that one.
interesting.
Or cyno, probably.
Also African, so probably and also not the case.
Cryptids go beyond borders. Unless it's a closed practice, in which case we won't be using it.
Then, I mean, with what our at least suspicions are, is there, I don't know, a guide on actually hunting it? Because I will say, I don't think crouching inside of a tiny cave is the best method to fight. If I fire a gun in there, that'll deafen all of us.
Well, let's see. Due to the number of bodies, animals and humanoid, that we've heard of, found of, or whatever, plus how old the case is, we can indicate that whatever kind of creature this is hunts either nightly or bi-nightly.
So,
It doesn't really distinguish a particular target either. Or at the
No,
very least.
and we found bodies of even animals in other parts of the park as well. So it doesn't seem to have one particular hunting ground other than the park that itself.
I guess. I mean,
I don't remember if I clarified, but the dead animals were found in different states of decay.
Okay. I guess one thing to consider is that it's, well, I don't know, maybe it's just circumstance or whatever, but it's smart enough to hide the human bodies to stop a greater investigation from happening, maybe.
That is strange. Especially since it seems to demonstrate more animalistic behavior.
Well, it might come back here. We could always just camp it out.
Well, it would
And-
only do so after killing another human.
Yeah. That is a problem.
here's my other question. This place, it's like storage almost, whatever it is. Where is it currently?
I was thinking the same thing. It's
Well,
strange that it wouldn't be hiding in such a secluded location.
Maybe it has another den, or maybe it stole one from another creature,
Or
Some-
maybe it's hunting.
or right now in the daylight
I mean,
looks around.
that's a more terrifying aspect, is that it hunts during the day and nobody's seen it. It does particularly go for people who are alone, though. I don't know when those people went off alone, though. We could ask Mrs. Livingston, maybe. Maybe she knows a bit more about the victims that have disappeared.
It's
You could try to
possible.
find them and ask.
You also said that you didn't smell any scent of decay.
Not particularly. It's
No.
just a heavy earthen smell. Just dirt.
But like rot can obviously take place within 24 hours of any kind of death.
Especially with, the entire head being gone.
And on not only that, but it does seem like maybe this isn't an animal. Maybe this is some kind of human psychopath mimicking animal behaviors to throw people off their case, using some kind of alcohol-based formaldehyde.
Actually, a weird thing to consider is maybe. Well, no, that would make sense. I was gonna say maybe the animals and humans aren't connected, because the animals have been rotting, right?
Whatever's happening is clearly not happening to them. And at least if there was some formaldehyde preservation going on, there has to be a separate location for it, or else that cave would reek of it. It is quite noticeable when it's around.
I'm really loath to say this, but I think we gotta take another look at those bodies.
Oh,
That's fair.
I'll go in this time. And since we've already verified that nothing is in there, then I don't think I'll need anyone else to come with me except for maybe to hold a light.
That's fair. We didn't really see any back cave, right? Looks over to Cooper.
It was just that hole. There's nothing else in there.
I'll give you a hand too then. They do not look pleased with it though.
Well, it's fine. I will also take with me this, as he has a emergency whistle, the really loud ones.
Oh, I don't know how useful it is for investigating, but he will hand you his multi-tool. It does have different little things that you might be able to look at stuff with.
Actually, the scissors might be helpful on this. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
Sadly, don't have any gear I'd give you unless you want a gun.
I hope I won't need one. It's fine.
As do I.
You might need it out here anyway, depending.
I'll keep watch.
All right, who is heading in?
Tobias.
I am
Going
as
alone?
a
Going with?
reluctant second.
Nerd time. All right. You two do the same as they had before. You drop down and crawl on your bellies. It is long enough that it really sets in that claustrophobic feeling, even if you don't have claustrophobia. It's just, it doesn't feel good. And you're just crawling into a grave for something else. But you do make it to the end of the tunnel and into the shallow room. Move aside, and Arceus joins you. And you are left with an old man, a young, like, I don't know, maybe like 12-year-old boy, and 3 people who just seem to be in like general like workout or walking clothes. A mix of men and women.
From what I know, watching various shows, if this was a serial killer, it would be very strange for them to target. I mean, the old man and the boy would make sense, but fit people don't make very good victims, typically. Well, he's gonna go over and inspect the cuts and see if there's any tampering on these corpses, besides, you know, the missing head.
The heads. Looks like it would be a large variety of victims. Seems more opportunistic.
Some of them have like a little bit of like blood on their clothes. After you look long enough, you're able to find it, probably from the removal of the head. It's always like up near the neck, and not all of them have it. Some of them are very clean, minus the dirt.
By
all
the
of
way,
them.
Tobias has brought gloves with him.
Yeah.
You mentioned that they weren't bleeding anywhere. Have they been drained of their blood?
I mean, they're not actively bleeding out, and
Considering the head has
there are
a variety
two
of
very
large... Yeah.
yeah, their esophagus, like trachea, their jugular and carotid are right there, cleaved open.
Yeah, but I was just
and
wondering
there's
if
not
this is the chupacabra drinking people's blood, you know?
While you guys are trying to investigate this, because this is really fucked up and disturbing, especially for people who don't deal with corpses all the time, I would like an act under pressure from you guys.
No.
And it's claustrophobic too.
Yeah, you're in a hole in the ground that you don't have enough room to really comfortably move. It has that exact feeling of like the oxygen like running out, even though that's not possible. And you're surrounded by corpses. One of which is a child.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that the 2 nerds in the group don't have a good cool modifier? What?
Worst part is, I was thinking about getting this one next.
You see,
That's real rough, buddy.
RK is popping off though.
Yeah.
I was ready to not be okay.
Tobias
Being
thought
like-
he was ready. He saw the picture, he knew what was coming up, and he was kind of more driven by his curiosity than anything. But seeing this, seeing the body, and the worst part was when he lifted a body up to inspect it for the first time. Just feeling the weight and the clamminess of the skin, it suddenly became real. And he is violently holding back the urge to throw up now.
Do you see something? Because all I
He's got
kind of
tears
see is
running
you
down his
lurch a
face.
little bit.
You can tell he's really trying not to vomit at the crime scene here.
Oh,
He's incapacitated by the urge to vomit at the moment.
do we need to back out?
He's motioning to hold up. Maybe he'll get over it. I don't know. I leveled, by the way.
Quick, take that upgrade.
This is certainly something to learn from. You will not be able to investigate these bodies, at least not this time in the pit. But you can pass off your things and assist Arceus, but you won't be touching these bodies.
I will give it a try then.
you've succeeded your act under pressure. You are able to investigate the bodies. I forget what necessarily prompted it, but what are you looking at? What are you doing to investigate these?
Well, picking up where they were leaving off, I suppose. You know, checking the bodies for what, any further like hampering to them beyond missing head, any clues as to you know, anything that could have been used or done to them. Hopefully giving us some type of ideas, you know, as to the nature of what befell these people and, you know, what did it to them. Is that...
Yeah. As you're looking them over more thoroughly than the other two managed, and more thoroughly than it looks like Tobias is going to be able to do. It's kind of hard. It's not often you look at somebody's chopped off like neck stub.
don't usually do
but
that,
like
actually.
you do have you know, your own throat, and are aware that like something looks off about the stub itself. The like throat is like pushed outwards, like things look a little squished oddly. It's too wide open. There isn't a whole bunch of blood, but you can see like dried blood around the edges. If you poke around on the like carotid and the jugular and stuff, like the veins that are exposed, at least the tattered ends of them, there is like dried and like congealed blood. There's just not a lot, and it doesn't like bleed all over the place. Like there's barely anything left. The bodies are a little pale from that blood loss, and the fact that they're fucking dead. And while they have no other injuries, besides like, you know, maybe like a bruised knee on the kid, or, you know, like some like little minor cuts on like one of the women's hands that has like a band-aid over it. It's also a little like half hanging off from the dirt. Their clothes are all right, minus the dirt. But you notice as you're looking over them, especially with the like joggers who have like more skin-tight clothing or outright have their midriffs exposed, the two that do, the two women, both of them have like a jacket on. One of them's just kind of like a little windbreaker, and the other one just seems like a little like cozy throw over. Mm-hmm. Their abdomens are really thick, caved in.
Only on the women.
I mean, when you look at the others, you can tell, but you have to like pull up their shirts to be able to see it.
And what would
it's
this
just
imply
what clues
to me?
Well, probably that their organs are either desiccated or missing, or like somehow like squished down.
Okay, and do I need to actually roll and investigate a mystery here?
No, you're just looking at the bodies. These are things that you can see with your eyes. Unless one of those questions you want answered specifically, that you think would match with what you're looking at, no.
I mean, more information is always good, so it's purely up to if you think it's an appropriate time or not, because if not, that's fine.
Well, you found a clue, so if you want to ask a question on that list, you can roll.
Peaceful?
Yeah, if you want to roll, you can. The answer of any of those questions just depends on how you're trying to find out information and whether you can ask it or not. That's all. So if you want to roll, you absolutely may. I don't know what questions you're after necessarily, besides obviously what the fuck is going on here.
See if I get anything anyway. Mixed.
You get a question that you can hold or go ahead and ask.
Well, given what we've seen so far, this might not apply, but, you know, I do have this, so, I will ask my free question of, what magic was done here?
There is no clear proof that magic had anything to do with it.
Okay.
There's no remnants, no symbols, and nothing that couldn't technically be done physically.
Yeah, it's just organs were maybe removed now, so I was like getting a little.
I mean, there is
Sleepy
like there are
vibes.
practices that use organs, but nothing has no magic has clearly been worked here that you can
Mhm.
see.
Okay. And so where their organs are removed, or smooshed. Is there like a clear place they've been excavated from? Like, is there a cut open somewhere, or you know, like a little nibble, or
There
have they
are
been squeezed out of their throats?
there are no injuries besides the chopped off heads.
So, um, okay. Then, just looking at this and, you know, the damage to their stomachs and stuff like that, what, can I ask what sort of creature it is?
There's nothing new like defining what type of creature.
Okay.
I would say that has been added.
Then I guess what can it do? Like, it seems to have done something a bit odd to these bodies the more we've investigated them.
From what you guys have gathered and even what things have been kind of like hypothesized so far, whatever the creature is, it is opportunistic. It seems to focus maybe on like either like lulling people in or outright ambushes. And it only removing the heads of all of its prey is definitely odd. So it has, if not the power to rip off something's head, it has the teeth or claws to saw it off. Obviously jagged. And it has to have some way to reach inside of them to pull out their organs or compress them, and a reason for doing that. God, that's so hard to answer. But what it can do is it can ambush you or otherwise make you think that it is not a danger or not present. But it is powerful enough to saw through your spine, or chew through it, or cut through it. And something about it is long, like a long tongue, or maybe a very like thin arm or claw, like an eye, which could be a danger in and of itself. But this seems very like post-death, or because your head has to be off first.
Okay. All right. Let's get out of here. I think I've messed with these as much as I can stomach.
Tobias looks like he's trying to exist at the moment and nothing else, but he'll weakly follow you out of the tunnel.
Okay. Get out. And then...
You leave the dark, claustrophobic, like animal musk smelling close quarters with corpses and emerge back into the light.
Will kind of turn from everybody, dust themselves off, like do a like very like a quiet, silent like gag, but
I guess
like turned away from everyone. What's that?
Just before you guys have like popped out of the thing, Liam's just like scratching a part of himself and is just like, I feel like there's something crawling on me. Is there something crawling on me?
He looks. Is there something crawling on him?
You think it's just in his mind. Oh, there's an ant on his shoe, though.
Nothing on your arm. As he points down at your shoe.
Kind of like scrapes his shoe against the ground.
The ant turns into a head-rending monster and eats you.
That was the actual cryptid the whole time. It's a tiny ant.
I step on the ant and it just pops up on the app.
Congratulations!
That would be terrifying.
But yeah, we crawl out. Okay. First off, how's Harpocrates?
Tobias he crawled out. He didn't get up. He's just laying on the grass, and it's vomiting would have been so much easier. Holding it in has hurt him dearly, and he's now just recovering from the nausea on the ground.
Just come over and like kind of squats down next to him, checks on him.
It's clear. It's like when you're looking at like a coworker or something, and like they just seem like kind of like slightly damp and like off color. And you're like, "Are you okay?" And like, I don't know. I don't feel so good. And then they go home early.
Liam kind of walks over, just like, yeah, I get it. At least it didn't have a scent. I think that might have sent me over the edge.
That'd send anyone over the edge.
Okay, so we looked it over, and there were a few extra details that we were able to find, and kind of just tell you the bits that Vale told.
It pulls out organs?
That's what it looks like. There's no other exit wound. And the throat looks off.
Like, do we know what organs were pulled? Because I feel like there are some that just can't go through the throat, right?
I didn't know you could pull any through the throat, to be fair.
The throat hole also looks fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume it's some other force working to make that possible. Who knows? Either way, is there any more clarification on what this could be from that work?
Some type of fairly strong ambush predator.
Tobias weakly stands up and he's like, did you by chance notice any kind of teeth marks past the hole in their neck?
We didn't see any signs of like whatever this creature's ability is beyond their necks.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to decide like what happened on the inside unless you actually stuck your arm down one of the corpse's throats.
It's thick. It's wide enough that you could put your arm in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, this thing dug out their insides through the top of their head. Well, neck.
Well, it probably didn't. You said that their abdomens were concaved.
Mm-hmm. And their from their neck down is widened abnormally, even for someone being beheaded.
Well, I'm trying to guess whether it used some kind of proboscis or tongue to slurp everything out. I mean, it would take an absurd amount of pressure to be able to do such a thing, but even then...
I was thinking like, the creatures with the long nail, It does like a wiggle of their finger.
Does the eye thing.
Did you see any grooves on the inside of the neck?
It just looked unnaturally widened. It didn't look like the top was like just dug out completely. It looks like they went deep for whatever was in there.
Yeah, the throat itself, like the esophagus and trachea, before they branch, I think it's kind of one thing. That seems fine. Like that hasn't been hollowed out, and there's just like a meat around left behind. Like that is intact. The head has been clawed or chewed off, and their insides are concave.
Somehow it removed the organs deep inside. And
yeah, I guess it really doesn't matter.
I mean,
at this point.
It can't be this, right? He pulls up his Google search, and it's a Kresu.
What's a Kresu?
Is a nocturnal female spirit of Southeast Asian folklore. It's a floating head with, more often than not, trachea and organs.
That's a Pango something.
That's another name for it, yeah. The Penanggalan.
Penanggalan.
The worst vampire in existence.
No, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, during the day... Well, maybe.
Maybe.
It is funny.
Floating head vampire.
Well,
that is the exact opposite of what is present in those bodies.
They're trying to be whole again.
Well, no, because the head actually reattaches itself at morning. A pangolin or whatever doesn't know they are one. When they go to sleep at night, the head just attaches itself.
Oh.
Yeah, they're really fucked up.
Morning.
It slithers back in.
So we're definitely at not
Maybe we
correct.
should camp here? I don't know.
Well, no,
It's either
because
that or-
we've already determined that the individuals that are killed are brought here. If we want to prevent any deaths, we need to be more proactive.
There are, I think, 2 avenues we could go down, at least that I can think of. One is if this thing has an actual den here, a place where it actually lives. Other than that, who knows, my werewolf idea. Maybe it's just a person who comes here every night.
Or pangolin.
Or that. And then the other option is we can stay here, especially at night, and be bait.
Bait. It's just a resigned bait.
The hard part is if this creature's main form of ambushing is decapitation, then that makes the bait's, risk exponentially higher.
Okay, what if, just, theoretically, we have, like, Liam standing somewhere, like, maybe on a bench, and then all of us are hidden in a bush, like, real close by. And then when the floating head monster appears to take his head off, as soon as they're attacked, we can jump out and try to counterattack it, and I can throw some magic up to try to shield him from getting his head chopped off. And yeah.
Unfortunately, the only way that I could really see that working, sorry to cut you off, it's just like I've been like hunting in before and everything, and like within a certain distance, things just your scent kind of permeates, right? And this thing's like a predator, so they're going to be particularly good at that, I think. So I don't know if that would work out necessarily.
I was going to ask, I actually completely forgot, but I have a holdover for my investigate a mystery. If I ask what happened here, can we get any more clarification on what this thing did?
I'm not sure if you would consider it enough to use the hold or not, but there are some clarifications that I can make if you spend a hold.
Okay. I think I won't ask unless anyone really wants those clarifications.
I don't think we have any major hang-ups. I think it's mainly we're just trying to figure out what we could do. Like what our next move could be.
I mean, it seems like make our best attempt at a stakeout, or like recklessly be a bait.
The hard part is if it's human or human adjacent.
We still have time. We could go talk to some more people. There was that old lady, right?
Yeah.
Yep, there are always people around if you guys want to talk.
The hard
I
part
realized I
is...
wasn't sure if that was in character or not.
That was.
The hard part is that we generally know its modus operandi.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to know a little bit more about the victims.
Wait, actually, this Miss Livingston, right? It was said that she was here frequently?
Yeah, I guess she's like this old lady bird watcher, and the guy that I was talking to said that she probably might know a thing or two since she's particularly here a lot.
It might help if we ask her if there's anyone else she's seen here as a regular. Whomever or whatever is doing this is coming here pretty much night after night. If it's a person, then they're bound to have been recognized, even if they're trying to hide themselves. I'm sure they would not have a constant changing persona. So I think it's a good idea to go ask Miss Livingston if there's any other regulars that are here at the park.
What if she's the one doing it? What if
did
she's the
find a
pangolin?
I did find a lot of birds. He's not serious completely when saying this, but
Well, the only reason why I'm suspecting something like this is because whatever the individual or thing is, it's decapitating animals as well. Granted, they were found in various states of decay, and I'm assuming that these bodies were not found in such a state of decay because their fluids have been pulled out of their bodies. Which would postpone the desiccation of their corpses.
Ooh.
So whatever the individual is more concerned about human targets over animal targets, which means it has a level of intelligence. And taking a thing's head off is a substantially difficult task to do. And not only that, but the cuts didn't appear to be clean. So it wasn't due to substantial force. There's all likelihood that whatever it was constricted their vocal cords at the time of killing. We also should be wary of things up in the trees.
Looks around.
Mainly traveling with a buddy. So, with his actual gameplay, I think it's a fantastic idea. On the off chance that this isn't just, say, some person coming in every night and they're on grounds, we could just do both. Because also, I assume if we, all four of us, find and surround an old lady, that's worrying, to be completely honest. If we want, we could split off teams of 2, survey, see if we can find any, like, other caves or dens or anything, and then the other go and talk to this birdwatcher. That way, at least when we reconvene, we'll hopefully have a definite answer on one or the other. Especially before the sun goes down and we could be in danger, or anyone else could be.
Well, and there was that groundbreaking later today.
That's right.
So that means that the park will have people here and likely have people leaving after the events through various avenues.
And that's when you get someone alone and catch them and take their head off.
More reason to act quickly.
I vote Liam go talk to the lady. He just has a way with people.
He does.
Yeah. I could go talk to her.
And I plan to go look for more caves and such. I've never been great at interviewing subjects.
Look at Liam. I'll go with Cop.
Okay.
Technically not a cop, but
I just shortened it, but yeah, not a cop.
I will go with Liam, but leave Liam to Miss Livingston, and I'll just be in the general area, keeping watch, see if there's anything suspicious going on.
Yeah. Make sure you don't get your heads taken off, you know.
yeah, that's
Well,
the
especially if we're coming from this direction. Anything that is aware of this area, it might be a little bit more suspicious.
If it has heightened senses, it might notice that we've intruded in here if it comes back while we're not looking.
Well, sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Though at least before leaving, Cooper's gonna pull out just Google Maps on his phone, and he's gonna put a little tag on where they're standing, just to grab the coordinates of it.
Absolutely.
Fair. Oh.
There's a cop who will be notified of some bodies later.
Oh, right. He hands Tobias back the sword.
Ah,
Can't
yes.
be to an old lady with this.
That's fair. He wraps it up and puts it back in his duffel bag.
All right. You guys pack up and make it back to one of the little smaller woodsy paths, and then eventually back to the main one. A little bit of the park has cooled off. Some of the people have headed out. You can see further down the pathway is like, an officer like talking into one of the radios walking down the way. You can see a couple people who have like city marked shirts on, like kind of working over there by the fountain, setting things up and talking with someone who looks a little more official. And you find a little old lady with a very old German Shepherd, completely grayed out muzzle, laying around her behind her heels under the bench that she's on. She has her binoculars up and looking off in a direction.
All right, Tyke, time to be on your best behavior. Pets him. Excuse me, miss.
She kind of pauses for a moment, like lifts up a hand with a finger up, scrolls in a little bit more on the binoculars, and then pulls them away from her face and sets them down with a smile. Hold on just a minute. And she pulls up a little booklet and flips through a couple pages, and she writes something down really quick. She puts the pencil in the middle, closes it in hand, and gives you a smile. Yes, sir. How can I help you?
Hello there. Are you wouldn't happen to be Mrs. Livingston by any chance, would you?
She kind of like leans back a little bit, a hand on her chest as if taken aback, and why? Yes, I am. Are you looking for that swan? Because I don't think it was actually spotted here. Trumpeter swan in some port. She shakes her head.
No, nothing like that. But interesting to say the least. We were actually wondering. So.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Right. Sorry. My name's Liam. It's nice.
Gives you a slightly scalding look. Mostly seems to be entertained.
Liam Townsend.
And this handsome fellow. She looks down to Tyke.
Oh, this little one's Tyke.
Tyke is very curiously checking out the German Shepherd, who looks like they do not care if she even notices that he's there. Well, Liam, how can I help you? And how did you hear about me? She does look a little confused, but...
Oh, funny enough, was just kind of like asking around about the happenings that have been going on, like just kind of curious about like the creature that might be like running around the place, and a jogger that I was talking to seemed to speak very highly of you and thought you might know a bit more.
Oh, I bet that's Rami. He's such a sweet young man. I think that he's in the wrong business. I think that anything that has that much to do with money and numbers is just rot for the soul. But he's a very sweet young man. Always stops by to ask how I'm doing and what birds I've seen.
Well, if I might ask, what birds have you seen?
Well, I was just looking at a very beautiful killdeer. Now, they're not rare by any means. They're a very common North American bird, but they're just charming, despite the name.
What is it named after, I guess? Because that seems like a very odd name for a bird.
Oh, their call. It's very kildee. So it kind of sounds like killdeer.
Oh, okay. That's a lot less terrifying than I was expecting, actually. But yeah, you kind of been looking around and everything, and I understand, like, I guess the creature has been going for a lot of birds as well. Have you heard anything or seen anything about it?
Well, I've not seen anything too strange. She seems to kind of think on it for a moment. There's quite a few things that like to take birds' head off. Anybody who has chickens will tell you as much, that coyotes and foxes and raccoons love it. Absolutely love them. But those things don't kill people. Anybody who tells you that they do is talking about a rabid animal biting somebody, or just lying. It's like when they talk about how evil sharks are. Really not that evil. People are just scared of, creatures with teeth they don't understand. But they're not going to predate on people. That'd be silly. No, I've not seen anything too strange. As sad as it is that people are missing, she seems a little hung up on something, though. She kind of like looks you over. I would like a manipulate someone if you would like to push.
Sure thing.
You have a bonus you don't know about because you have tyke, and you're a very polite young man after you forgot to introduce with your name, of course. Well, 2 brings it to a 7, so. What is that for manipulate?
That would be a mixed.
I know it's a mixed, I just wasn't sure what the mixed part of that is. Show that you mean it, or do something right now to show. She kind of sighs and leans back on the bench and kind of folds her hands over her lap. It is a little strange, but some of the people that they say are missing, I definitely have seen after they were supposed to have gone missing. At least I'm pretty sure. My ears might be going just a little bit, and I might need stronger glasses, but it's not that bad. Everybody's just acting a little odd. I think the fear's really gotten into them all.
Acting odd how? I suppose.
Just people not being as friendly as they used to, or Brownie still talks and stops and talks to me. Admittedly, a little less when it's around dawn or dusk, of course, but I think he just wants to get home a little quicker with all of this happening. There's not really anywhere else good to run in the city. I mean, there's sidewalks everywhere, but being a pedestrian is so dangerous. People just have no respect. People drive crazy nowadays. She seems to correct herself and get back on track. But maybe I'm just thinking too much into it. I mean, who really wants to talk to a little old lady about her birds? I know how people see me.
Well, I wouldn't mind talking to you about your birds. I mean, honestly, I would not even have known what a killed deer was. And it sounds like you're very knowledgeable on it.
I would like to think that I am. I'm also the head of the Bluebird Club in Sunport. I'll have you know.
That's pretty awesome, actually. They're a very pretty bird.
There's actually quite a few types of bluebirds too, but they're very striking. And while we do look for other birds, our little special meetings and little events that we do and go to are normally around their migration periods when they come and go from some point.
Huh. What kind of distinguishes them, I guess, if they're all under, like, the bluebird term?
I will warn you now. You will stand here for hours, and she will never run out of bird facts.
he'll he'll kind of let her do her thing, kind of as a show of good faith, and then kind of get it back on topic. These people that you're saying get just a little bit more aggressive and angry, are they the people that have been gone missing?
Oh, aggressive and angry, no. Just no time to stop and talk when, they normally do. They could just be worried about what all's going on. I mean, it was a little odd that Sarah didn't stop. She always stops. Her grandmother died a couple months ago, and I think I'm not a replacement, but I do think I make her feel a little better.
A little bit of peace in a dark time.
Mm-mm. She nods. No, just not super concerned. They still say hi, and then off they go. But then people come looking for them, and they're not around. They didn't go home.
Huh. When was the last time you saw Sarah?
Oh, I saw Sarah a couple of days ago. The news was saying, and Romney was saying, that she went missing about 2 days before then. But she came through. I told one of the nice park people who work here that I had seen her, and they sent out some people to search, but nobody saw her.
When did you end up telling them that?
Oh, a few hours when somebody walked by. I knew that they work here, keep an eye on things. I also see them attending to some of the little side street areas in downtown where they have all those nice medians that are full of, butterfly flowers and cute little trees that they have to trim back. He's a real darling, and he'll normally help you if somebody's trying to put a ticket on your car, if you're in one of those little sections where you're not supposed to be. Well, at least with me. I didn't see that sign, though, so it wasn't my fault. She just kind of sniffs. Oh, but yes. Very shortly after I saw her, a couple hours later, I told them, and they went looking around. But they didn't see her, and she hadn't gone home.
Huh. Maybe everything is fine then. There's definitely a hesitation there, because he has seen the bodies.
Well, if I see anybody else who's missing, or anybody who looks too strange or out of sorts, well, how about I tell you, and in exchange with those young spry eyes of yours that don't need stronger glasses, at least I don't think so, if you would do me a favor and take a peek at that pond, you can't go up to it right now, they've got it blocked off, but you might be able to see better than me, and see if you see either a swan, a heron, or one of their nests. You can look it up. You kids can look up anything on your phones these days. If you see any of those, I don't think that there's a trumpet or swan, but somebody says that there was. And I walked by there, but I can't see enough.
You got it. And I'll take a picture for you as well. Just for
I appreciate it.
Thank you again. And it was lovely meeting you.
It was a pleasure, man. And you too, Tyke. And she rifles for a moment and she pauses. There's no allergies or any of those, weird all raw diets people have them on. Can I have a treat?
Oh, not for Tech. Tech will eat anything.
She rustles in a bag. The German Shepherd immediately perking up some and hands both dogs a little bone treat that is immediately crunched and devoured. You two, Stace.
I did have one more. Is there any other regulars that are here every day as well?
Uh, well, quite a few. A number of the joggers have regular schedules. Some of my weekday folks aren't here during the weeks, um, but there's um, there's Henry. Henry comes by. I don't particularly like Henry. I think he's a little crotchety sometimes. Uh, but he walks to keep his, after he got his knees replaced, he started walking here. Um, a couple of the families are always around with their kids. A few have stopped coming. Charlie went missing a couple weeks ago. They even closed down the park for a little bit to look for him, sent out people, but they couldn't find the kid. I hope he's all right.
Maybe just got lost in the hills a bit. I'm sure they'll find him.
They lost in the hill of it.
Yeah. He might have an inkling of who Charlie is.
And, well, I mean, kids go running off all the time. I don't know how often you hear some parent yelling somebody's name. I mean, they're over there looking for Max now because he's gone and toddled off. So, Rami was over there a bit ago. I think he's interested in Max's mom. Now, she and her husband are separated, but they both come to the park with Max. Kind of like a pretend everything's normal and okay. And I think they're really just going to confuse the child. But you can't tell anybody how to parent.
That's true. Just kind of have to let things go their natural course, right?
She nods. Yeah, you can't tell children anything. My son ran off with that hussy, and it's just not been the same since.
They're gonna do what they're gonna do. He says with like a knowing smile.
It is a mistake to make. She throws up both of her hands and puts them back politely in her lap.
Thank you again, though. I hope to speak with you again.
You two have a great day. Stay safe.
Kind of wanders over to Tobias. Well, I may have gotten the names of a few of the victims. Also,
I mean, that could be helpful.
Also, there's a weird hitch. Apparently she's seen some of the victims after they've gone missing. But they are just less friendlier than usual. I guess this one, Sarah, she used to actually like sit down and talk with her as like a surrogate grandmother situation, but has just doesn't come to sit and talk anymore. It kind of just wanders on her way.
Did you ask how recently she's seen this individual?
A couple days ago, and she told apparently she had gone missing before, and she told the people who work around here a few hours after seeing her, but they weren't able to find her.
Anyone else that she's seen again?
Oh God, what was the male's name, Val?
The old man is Henry. And then the kid is Charlie.
Henry, I guess, an older gentleman, which might be the other one. And then the kid might be Charlie, who's, I guess, been missing for a bit, and they haven't been finding them. Also, there's another kid named Max that they're currently looking for, which is kind of a worrying prospect.
Wait, there's 2 children that have been missing?
Yes, but I guess Max is more recent. like
'Cause we only found
has happened today, sort of recent. He might just have wandered off on his own, but that might be a clue onto who the next victim might be.
well, we've been all over this area. Still, so a different young boy has gone missing recently, as of today.
And I guess Sarah was seen a couple days ago, but had gone missing before.
Tobias will send out a message about might be a skinwalker type situation. Apparently whatever this is taken form of its victims. A second kid has gone missing, so be on the lookout for another child.
Did the others split off to do something else?
We're looking for a possible like den living space in the off chance that it is just on the ground still.
Yeah, I'm just helping. I mostly came along just to spare Liam potentially having to come along on this one, since they had been looking a little green.
You mean Tobias?
Yep.
You guys look around, especially because you have the help of Tobias's handy dandy map before you split up of like the best places to hide something. You guys find no other hides. It seems to be that is the only den, or at least the only like clear den, like of that size for sure. You find like tiny little burrows, but like chipmunk burrows. And some more dead animals.
Yeah.
A lot of bugs and briars too.
Yeah, then Cooper sends out a text of couldn't find any more dens or caves. Confirming that, yeah, there's probably something coming in every night.
Ding.
A ding.
In the woods behind you two, there's a snap.
Turns around, like hand ready, inside of his jacket.
You see something moving, some of the bushes shifting. There's the sound of something moving through the leaf litter. Walking a little offbeat. Kind of stops for a second. The shifting sound of like plants, and then continues walking. In the huff of a breath. And just barely you catch a glimpse of something a ruddy orange and white.
Huh. Cooper's gonna follow it.
It seems to be moving kind of diagonal past you guys. There is a good chance that whatever it is will see you if you remain where you are as it passes by. You can hide or you can confront.
I think hide might be the better option here. For now, at least. There's that moment of just like pause, turn, and then just like grabs Arceus by the shoulder and like pushes behind a tree.
Whoa.
You shove him back and step back yourself. It's not too hard to hide your sounds under the other sounds of movement, though whatever is moving does stop for a moment and then keeps going. You're able to just peek around the tree. Waiting. Oh, it's still in the way, and then it's behind a tree. And then you watch a kid stumble out from the bushes, kind of hopping on one leg and trying to kick a bramble free of his shorts. He has clutched in one hand a rock and a bundle of little feathers that are like in the other hand that he then shifts over to the hand with the rock to pull the brambles out of his pants.
Just a kid.
Look at us on edge.
I mean, who wouldn't be? Then, at that, Cooper, like, stands fully, and kind of just walks out. Most likely just kind of that little play off of, I'm also walking this direction.
Right. As you, like, clearly walk out from behind the tree and stuff, the kid, like, visibly, like, jumps, since he's not moving at the moment and can hear you, and he whips around and chucks that rock full speed at you. It misses by, like, a considerable amount. But he still just chucked the rock at you.
Fair.
And there is a squawk of surprise.
He, like, holds his hands out, like, hey, it's alright, sorry to scare you.
My dad could beat you up. Don't. And he starts, like, looking around.
Hey, no, it's, he, like, holds out, it's always snap decision, like, pulls his badge out, like, I'm FBI, a cop, you know, I'm alright. Well, off duty, so luckily not on duty when you threw a rock. That is technically a crime, but we can forget that.
He kind of, like, blinks for a moment the longer you talk, but then he's locked on the, like, badge and he, like, kind of, like, sidles closer, just, like, a little bit. It's very humorous and, like, exaggerated the way he's doing it, like a cartoon almost. Before he, like, leans forward and reads it. What if that's a fake? You could print that out.
Harder to print this thing. Any, like, tap. Oh, wait, no. FBI badges don't have that. God damn it. They don't have the metal badge. It's just, like, a piece of paper.
My dad printed out a fake tag for his car one time. So, like, you could totally print out a fake FBI badge. He immediately has his arms crossed and just looks really confrontational.
There's, like, this bit of, like, looking at this kid, and there's, like, damn, this kid. I kind of respect this energy, not gonna lie.
Are you guys YouTubers?
Not really. Not at all, actually.
Half of his interest in you just died immediately. So you're, what, camping in a park?
Or exploring, bird watching.
Bird watching?
Seems
He
to be
looks, like,
doing that
disgusted.
yourself, as he, like, points down at the feathers that he's holding.
Actually, these are decorations for the fort that I'm building.
That is important.
Well, I'm glad somebody recognizes it. Mom just yells at me about mites.
I mean, what's a couple mites compared to a fort looking better?
Yeah, there's like tons of dead birds around here. They're super easy to take from.
Just like a little bit of that's a little gross.
What? I mean, you just poke them with a stick until some with like the nice feathers come off.
I mean, you know more than I would.
Looks you up and down.
Well,
Damn, this kid is tearing you apart.
no, this kid's cool. That's a cool kid. I really hope they're not a monster in disguise.
He has
I'm
really
not checking
big
your phone.
weather boy energy.
For real. Yeah, and my phone's buzzing, but it's probably not important. I'll keep talking to this child. But I guess in any case, parents are nearby then? Don't need any help with anything?
Yeah. I'm like practically grown, so I can gonna go where I want.
True. Still, a good idea to have them know where you are.
His nose wrinkles. What are you, a narc?
Yes, actually. That is my job.
Is that what a narc is?
At least if you reduce it, yes. I get people in trouble for committing crimes.
Oh, okay, yeah. He seems to snap back onto the train. Yeah, well, it's fine. Mom and Dad are probably like not arguing, and like Sydney's not here today. I mean, that other lady's supposed to be here, but not like Sid. She's pretty cool. She collects beetles. I'm not allowed to collect beetles.
Very uncool of your parents to say that. Beetles are great.
Yeah.
Hey, kid, what's your name?
He gives you a suspicious look, like immediately. Oh, so you're also a narc? Listen,
No.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm allowed to walk in the woods.
Yeah, you're not doing anything wrong. My name is Agent Cooper, if that helps.
Agent. He does like the little air quotes. Cooper.
Sure, Agent. He like air quotes as well.
I guess. My name's Max. It's short for Maxwell, but that's really stupid.
Just like has phone out and just like does a couple taps. Oh. Hey, kind of like leans over to not a cop and says, have you seen the latest update on the bird watching app? And he holds the phone in front of him, showing the chat.
He looks really suspicious between the two of you and the phone. Okay, well, if you guys are gonna be weird, I'm just gonna...
Well,
I need
hold
that.
on. As he like leans back. Well, we kind of got a neighborhood alert through bird watching that your
What?
parents might be looking for.
Oh, no. He just like huffs. It's like he doesn't know what to do with himself in the way that little kids feel big emotions. And finally he just crosses his arms like, are you gonna make me go back?
I kind of have to.
Fine, whatever. He just like turns around and he begins like traipsing through the woods towards the path.
And Cooper's gonna follow him.
And muttering the whole time.
Also has to go to the path, but also to make sure he actually does it.
I also lost my really cool rock because of you.
There's always more.
Yeah, it's a park, it's full of rocks. But that one was cool and I found it and it was mine.
How about this? If you return to your parents, I can double back, look for it for you. If I find it again, I'll hand it over.
He immediately pauses in place, whips around, and like holds out his hand with a pinky extended. Bet.
Sure. And he does it too. He pinky swears.
Cool. It gives you a measuring look, like maybe you can be cool again, but still undecided. And he turns back around and keeps walking.
Yeah, I mean, we are bird watchers, so.
That already is pretty lame.
Yeah.
And fake FBI narcs.
Fake. I like.
But like not fake narcs.
This kid's the only one to clock that he's not technically an agent right now.
But
Well,
not
your
really,
little
it's a shame.
contrarian leads the way back.
Yeah.
And almost immediately, some people start calling, and you see a man on a phone, like immediately, like say something, hang up, is swiping on the phone, and he's like jogging over. Max, you can't. I know that your mom's okay with you wandering off a bit, but you can't just disappear like that. You went way too far this time, and no switch for like 3 weeks at least. Unless your mom says otherwise, but like not at my house. Max just turns and looks at both of you like you killed a puppy in front of him.
There's like
You-
a genuine like guilt look toward the kid, like that silent "I'm sorry."
Just turns around and like scuffs a foot, like shoe against the thing. He's like, fine. I'm sorry. Can we still stay though? I wanna finish my fort. And he's like, I will talk to your mother about that. It's like, I want to stay and see the like fountain. It's supposed to be like all pretty and like lit up and stuff. Please stay for that. Like sniffles a little bit. And you can see his dad starting to cave. Like it's really clear. We'll ask your mom. And he looks at you two and he's like, thanks. And then like kind of like looks at between the two of you and like at his son who's like walking away and like squints, but he's just like, thanks. Follows after.
You look like strange people.
Oh yeah, it is completely suspicious. It's a don't worry about it.
Also, Audrey has the baseball cap down low thing. But it's fine. He seems to get over that pretty quick. And it is not too much longer before a woman wings out of the woods and is fretting all over him. There's a couple other people around who are clearly relieved, and like there's some like pats on backs. You see the jogger you spoke to earlier just following after the woman, like huffing and puffing. Just, with a sigh of relief, like kind of folds in half for a second.
All right. Does anyone look like they are disguising themselves as the victim?
No one clearly looks super suspicious. Or
Anyone
else
have
they-
like jagged lines around their necks? Look like they might be weakened at birdieing or something.
No.
Shambling a little bit.
Weird scarf in the middle of the spring.
Nope.
A little aggressive.
I mean, there's a bunch of like bystanders, both from the probably helping about the missing kid or just kind of sticking around for the drama of the missing kid. And then there's people who are idling around over by the fountain. It seems they're nearing set up. You can actually see like, a woman in nice clothes. Audrey, you would probably recognize that is Miss Meyer. They have like a few cameras set up around the area. Some of those cameras were definitely swung the wrong way with the whole missing kid thing.
Ooh, I lower my cap even further. I don't want to be seen out here in dirty clothes and.
But with the kid returned, it seems everybody's chilled some. It doesn't seem too far off from the little fountain reveal or whatever is going on. You guys still don't have your mystery creature, though.
Yeah.
And Max seems fine. I mean,
seems normal.
absolutely just scalped Jacob multiple times in a row within an inch of his life, but
Yeah. As normally would happen, you sometimes you get diced up by a kid. That just happens. These
they're
guys,
fucking savage.
They don't pull their punches. Also, kids just naturally know what you're insecure about. It's dangerous.
I'm glad to know you found your Kuno.
Except he says a lot less slurs.
I'm proud
True.
of Max. I guess in that case, just there's like that sigh too. With everyone coming out, it's just like, oh god, I don't want to get tangled up in all this. I especially don't want people to start being like, oh, where'd you find him? What happened? All that stuff.
The mom is already looking your way as the kid like hikes a thumb over and is like clearly talking about you two.
I see. It'd be a little weird to try to bolt then.
Yeah, she eventually like you guys have some time to talk if you want to before she approaches, but she's very clearly like winding up to come over there.
Yeah, they're just probably just checking her phone, like talking, like looking around, like it just like very clearly seeing his body language, like don't just stick around for a second. It'd be weirder if we left.
We just sprint off in the other direction right now.
It's more suspicious. Let's not give them the idea that we're failed kidnappers.
Hey, lots of people were looking.
Yeah, just still look at us.
The other two aren't
Hey.
super far away here. You're basically on opposite sides of the playground. The other two a little further down the path. So you guys can meet back up or stay split. But the mother is making her way over to you two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, glad we could help find your kid. Glad that he's all right.
Thank you so much for both of your help. Hi, I'm Becky, Rebecca, whatever. I'm really sorry. I hope he wasn't too much trouble. And thank you so much. And she like reaches out to shake like both of your hands.
He'll shake it. It's just a typical kid. I've met a good chunk like that. I was like that. I get it.
I was
He's-
out there building a fort, as you do.
He's really outdoorsy, but it's just not safe for kids to be like out on their own. And, I thought he would stay close enough to the playground. I don't mind him going in the woods, just so long as he can hear me when I call for him. But he didn't come when I called. He's just been in a phase, he's getting to that age. She just shakes her head.
Understandable.
Glad we
course.
were in the area then. 'Cause
You probably
Didn't-
want to... Oh, God.
didn't exactly hear that someone was missing, but you encounter a kid in the middle of the woods, you intervene.
Yeah, I thought, there's, the rumors and stuff, and there's some little stories on it or whatever, but I figured I would just keep a good enough eye, and he's a smart kid. I guess we just can't come here. I don't know. She just drags a hand through her hair. I just don't have a yard. You know how difficult it is. Anyway.
Stories? I'm sorry. I only recently got to town and have been here for a bit. Is there something happening here?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Do you not know? There's some people who are, have gone missing or whatever, including a kid. But the cops say that it's probably not a serial killer because there's no patterns or whatever. There's an old man, some joggers, a kid, people who could get injured and just be stupid out in the park and not know how to stay safe. She waffles between insulting the people who've vanished, and then realizing that's probably a little too harsh and reels it back in. But Max doesn't go anywhere that I say that he can't. So she does that parent thing of, I know everything my kid does. And she sets her hands on her hips and it's also he said something about a rock. You don't have to do that. It's a fucking rock. You know how kids get. They'll forget about it in a couple days and be over it.
I know how kids are. He says, fully intending to double back. But then I guess I also don't know if he told you this. I'm technically off duty, but I am FBI, so hearing this is going on in my hometown is worrying. Have you seen anything, heard anything, like while you've been here?
Oh wow. Like you have like the badge and everything?
Yeah, it's a little, it's an older one, but he like shows it. It's off duty. I'm on vacation.
Oh, yeah. She like tucks a piece of hair behind her ear and like she like seems to like put her posture back together some. Yeah, one of the kids went missing. Like Charlie, he was at the playground a lot. Not like, the brightest kid, but he's like the comedian, The kids have like this whole bizarre like ordeal, and all of them they're kind of all a lot, but they watch themselves practically at the playground, which is nice because it gives me some time. That's not the point. I don't really know any of the rest. I think they were just like some like ladies who went missing. I don't really know. You can look it up. It's probably like online or like the city like news site. There's some articles. And then Sydney. It's just been a rough couple of weeks. I think everybody is maybe like exaggerating a little bit, kind of like getting a little bit of hysteria. I mean, unless you know something and she like is looking at you and your badge over.
This is the first I've heard of it. I'm only in town recently, and I was just out for a nice bit of bird watching, but
these disappearances have this is out of character. These disappearances have happened in a relative like quick succession.
Around within a month.
Okay. He's like, well, I've lived here all my life, and I've never seen that many people go missing in this park. So, in that short of a time, so I'd be a little careful. Yes.
At least for the time being, maybe not letting him explore the woods might be a good idea then.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to give too much credit to what Audra says, but when you say it, she's like nodding along already, and she's like, yeah, I think maybe we'll just take a break from the park and go to some of those like indoor playgrounds or something. Maybe try to get him to pick up a sport finally. She like turns around and like looks over towards him and his dad, some of the other people milling around. She's like, I guess we'll just stay for the stupid fountain thing and then go home. Max will be a little upset, but he'll be fine. He'll get over it.
They usually do.
They actually usually just stop complaining about it and then remember the slights you made against them for the rest of their lives because it's during their formative years.
Oof.
She doesn't know that though.
She'll learn. If her kid doesn't get head snatched.
All right. Well, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. But if you want to stick around, like, if you're an agent and all, like, you should try talking to her. Like, she like points over to the politicians. Like, you should totally chat her up, or maybe like have somebody else do it. I don't know. Like, if you want to keep it on like the down low or whatever. She's like seems to be like fishing for like the cool agent talk.
Yeah.
But like trying to keep it on the down low.
I'll keep it in mind and consider my next moves. He says, kind of playing into that.
Well, best of luck, agent. She looks at you and kind of like gestures at all of you, Audris, and it's like, thanks to both of you. Let me know if you need anything. Like I don't know much about the disappearances, but like I know the city back in front, especially all the cafes. I know all the good cafes in town. And she's like, does the little toodaloo wave to both of you, and then she's walking back.
when she's out of earshot, there's like the sigh of, damn, hoping she had something.
She seemed impressed by you.
That's what happens when you flash the badge.
Yeah.
At this time, Tobias will come over after seeing you're no longer preoccupied.
Hey guys, still got all your heads?
For the time being.
For now.
Was
I
that
did leave-
the...
Oh,
Sorry,
no.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I did leave Tobias to talk to an old lady for a bit. Are you feeling aggressive, Tobias?
There's like that bit, like hand to chin, like investigating you, Tobias.
Checks your neck.
He doesn't seem to give you the time of day. He just says, was that the missing kid's mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
She gave off very
does-
suburban mom energy.
Yes, immensely. And doesn't seem much luck there. Not too much new information. He at least relay the info he got as like a just cross-checking information.
Well, we got a bit of information. Particularly, well, if you guys want to discuss this a little bit away from people.
There's no one standing like right next to you guys.
Oh, that's fair. So that Sarah girl, who I guess is one of the female joggers who went missing.
Mm-hmm.
So she's been missing for a bit, but Mrs. Livingston insists that she talked to her a few days ago, and then told the people who work here that that she was there, and they went to go search but couldn't find her. But she was acting a little odd. A little bit more background on that. Apparently, originally, she used to see Mrs. Livingston as some sort of like replacement for her grandmother in a sense, and would like stop and talk to her. But this time, all she really did was say hi and kind of like walk past her, which is a little weird.
I can see what that text was entailing then.
Yeah, especially if her I guess her grandmother died only a month ago, so it would be a little weird that she would just get over it that quickly, you know?
Hey, that creature with the floating head and organs, are they known to hollow out organs and put their head on and act like a different person?
No. They would return back to their own body.
Though that does lead to the grim realization that we're not far off from a storage area. The cave very well might be a closet.
Yeah, or it could be a shape changer, like a oh, what are they called?
There are many skin changers or shape changers. Tie in like a skinwalker.
I was thinking of that one in the popular tabletop role-playing game.
Oh goodness, what are they called?
It's changelings and doppelgangers.
Doppelgangers. Yeah, would probably be the one. Changelings actually don't change into people in the tabletop game anyway.
Yeah, I know they just didn't affect their appearances manually.
The fairy creature changelings, though, can and do.
Yeah. But the doppelganger.
Well, let's see. Can I use my hold to determine what creature it is with all the characteristics we have featured, or is it still a no-go?
I can clarify a couple things. I cannot give you outright the name of the creature.
Fair.
I can give you everything, but where it is currently and the exact name of it.
I think I watched a TV show one time where like there was like a doppelganger type of creature that would like eat its prey and then could become them.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, those are just the kind of the bits of information we're only missing, really. Generally, we have an idea, I guess.
Yeah, I can only clarify what things you guys have multiple potentials for, but I'm not sure what you consider enough for the question, so I can tell you that I cannot tell you where the creature is currently or what its exact name is. And that is because it is not an exact, like, cryptid.
I see. Fair. Actually, then yeah, you know what? This will be a good. Like, what can it do? What? Based on all the information that we found, what's it doing to do the things that it does?
All right. So, based on everything you guys have observed and said to one another, whatever it is some type of mammalian creature. It is animalistic, but it is intelligent. It is clearly planning, catching people alone. It is smart enough to catch them in a way that they do not fight back. And given the oddities of how people are acting, it is most likely pretending to be people, given the strange hollowed outness. It is likely puppeting them in some way, though how it's doing that without their heads and getting away with it is a mystery. It is not just a storage area, it is its den. There wouldn't be necessarily anything else that gives it away as being where it lives, because animals don't need a mattress, and it wouldn't have food in there because that would be dirty, and lure other things in. It doesn't have excrement in there because that would be dirty. It is hunting in the park so far only, that you guys can tell. Only targets people alone. The old lady is here alone all the time, but she does have a dog with her, so it doesn't seem to care for animals too much. None of the joggers or anything had animals with them. The old man didn't have animals with him. There's not a specific type of person besides alone that it is targeting. And it is definitely keeping the bodies preserved for a reason. So clearly it is using them for part of its hunting strategy.
Okay. And can we get clarified as well? What is it also using animals to do the same thing? Or...
No, the animals are not hollowed out. They're just missing their heads. There's nothing strange about their throats. They're clearly decaying. There's, blood and feathers left around. Whatever it is doing, or like whatever reason, it is targeting humans in a different way. It is using humans against humans. It doesn't need to against animals. Or it just straight up can't fit in them, which is very likely because it would have to be very small. So whatever it is also larger than the things it's been killing besides people. And the people who are acting odd didn't seem to be sounding odd. So it either still has their heads or is capable of mimicking their voices.
Could we somehow look up like a report of all the missing people?
It takes a little bit, but you're able to cobble together what stories have been put out or missing persons lists. there's a lot in the city. I mean, not like a ton, but a lot to kind of go through, especially a familiar name from the graveyard. It's Tyke's owner. You do have to scroll past that one. But you are able to look up the names of the people who are missing. There are also 4 other people who have gone missing in the park besides the 5 that you managed to match pictures to that are in the den. One of them, though, you do recognize the name. Liam recognizes... Actually, no, it would be Audris and Jacob. You guys recognize the name Sydney. She is a young girl who went missing about 2 months ago. The rest of the missing persons, at least in Author's Park, have been nearing a month, but they've mostly been very close to each other, like a couple days apart, a week apart. The girl went missing a lot longer than that, though.
And we noticed this in particular?
Yes, after puzzling through between you two being particularly smart and FBI agent present and Liam's there, you guys notice these things.
Okay.
So we have 4 potential, I guess, targets. One is Sydney. She may have also have been the first.
Seems like it.
Any pictures to go with these missing persons?
Yeah, some of them take a little work because their picture wasn't publicly, released, but you can find pretty much everything online. So you are able to find pictures that match the bodies. And then there's a picture that you're able to find of the other 4 missing persons.
And seeing the, smiling pictures of these people just reminds you of the distinctly missing bodies found within.
Yeah, most of the pictures are the shoulders up, they're busts, so it's haha, it's the one part missing. Besides all their organs, of course. I suppose they would be missing persons.
Deeply disturbing.
Sorry, there's 3 missing persons, not 4. At least in the park area.
3 including Sydney?
Yes.
Okay.
There are 5 bodies.
So,
yes.
Well, that we had not found yet of missing peoples.
Yeah.
So there's 3 total. 2 other besides Sydney.
Yes.
Who's the other 2 bodies? Or if we've linked those bodies anyway, what's the name of the other 2 for the other 2 bodies that were in the cave? Because we had I believe Henry, Charlie, and Sarah.
Yeah, we haven't gotten Jogger Girl A or Jogger Guy. I don't think it's super relevant though.
That's fair.
At this point, we just care about faces.
Also fair.
All around me are familiar faces.
So I guess all we need to do is just get a profile of the three bodies we have not found to keep an eye out for at the park.
Well, we have a picture of them in their clothes, at least.
There's also...
And I examined them.
So they might have been utilizing one of the bodies currently, right? So what
That would have to be the case.
Unless they're able to move around with no body as well. Then they'd presumably be some type of head snatching creature.
Yeah, it
Like-
is animalistic by its innate habits. So I'm assuming that its primary form is not human.
Mhm.
Though it might be
Maybe
humanoid.
maybe it is like that the head thing we were talking about, except it can like shape change its head into other heads it's eaten.
I don't
So
know.
what information are you guys currently looking for? If anything, for me.
Not in particular. I'm just saying that we just need to look out for those 3 people now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Survey and like find those faces because we at least know the faces that it could use.
Could the 2 oldest victims have rotted?
Maybe we should
to-
during the event. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just thinking, like, maybe the oldest victims, maybe their bodies have become unusable to it.
Don't know.
And that would kind of explain why we found 5, and then we have the one other that it might be using.
Here, okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Right. There's a big event going on today. Whenever it ends or during it, there's bound to be an opportunity to grab somebody. So we need to keep an eye out for these people and for individuals going off alone. If we can find them in this crowd, then we can, follow them back. They think they're gonna jump some victim and we actually jump them. They've gotta be here. It's too good of an opportunity.
And here you all go. You all get a notification on your phones of an image, and you get a composite image with all the faces.
That's helpful.
Perfect.
Funny enough, I did this with a scrapbooking app. I just downloaded all the images and then did the cut function on a scrapbook app to compile them all together easily.
I assume that was the developer's intention.
Completely.
20.
Yep.
Was there supposed to be somebody pretty big coming to this? Like,
Yeah, she's already here.
Yeah, politician.
Unnamed civil servant.
Yeah.
You did get her name. She
Or
just doesn't have a
untitled, my
specific-
apologies.
Yeah, untitled. Her name is Sydney Meyer, and she has something to do with like city PR. She's a recognizable face whose actual role in how the city function is kept vague enough that she can show up and do statements about things and not be the one who's to blame, so people are less mad at her and she can get away with saying, well, I'm not sure. We can get back to you on that, though.
I feel
I
slightly
love those
targeted.
people.
And also, just coincidental, the same name. Because wasn't the little girl that went missing 2 months ago, like, also called Sydney?
Yes, it is in fact coincidental. They're spelled different, though.
Okay. I'm just like trying to make sure, like, what it was said it was a girl. Am I
Yeah.
is this
Too much of a
correct?
coincidence to not be mean something.
The little kid is Sydney, that's like SID, and the PR lady is SYD.
We just walk up and just
And the kid
deck
does
them,
normally go by Sid.
That's fair.
deck
I've done that with
them,
Sebastian.
throw
so
fire
it's
at
fine.
them, shoot them, stab them. Stay back! They're a dangerous monster.
I slay them there with my silver sword.
Though there is gonna be like, I mean, like it's animalistic, but it's smarter. There's not a chance that it would go for a politician, right?
No. They only go after individuals who are alone.
I doubt
politician.
that person will
Yeah.
give them the opportunity. But somebody here is bound to.
And as you guys are mentioning this, though, the event does seem to be starting. There's a bunch of people, like, they have like those little fold-out white with metal chairs. that are kind of like being put out some places. Most of it's standing room, but you have to be accessible. The Miss Meyer is kind of moving to next to the fountain, along with some, man. She shakes his hand or whatever. There's cameras turning around. They futz with some of the lighting that's out there. It's kind of difficult to get good shit in a park, but they seem to be prepared.
Yeah, you gotta have those big reflective screens for proper lighting, especially for outdoor.
There's more people around. It's nothing super crazy, but there's kind of some groups that show up, some people who are already there, and some people who have just arrived for it. A couple kids, but it's mostly adults that don't seem to have anything better to do, or some older folks who are particularly invested in city going-ons.
How is there like a good estimated amount of time before the event really kicks off and like everyone gathers? As a small task that I should perform.
Yeah, everybody's like gathering now. It looks like it's going to be a little bit like they're probably going to sit there and talk for a hot minute before they do anything cool with the fountain. And it's not going to be over quick enough that you can go get that and come back.
Cool. Looking to the three of you, just which ones of you are like best observant or can find things? Might need some help.
Sure. What do you look for?
I pinky promised that kid I'd find his cool rock he threw at me.
There's a definite smile on Liam's face. Yeah, I could go with it. No worries.
Appreciate it.
I will say before we go, we should we case the crowd during the event? Maybe we will see one of the.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
I think we should stay in our groups of two, so we don't, get our heads ripped off alone, and probably try to keep an eye out together. Maybe on opposite sides or something, looking for those people, and then after the event, if we still haven't seen them, looking for anyone going off on their own, trying to make sure that no one gets body snatched while we're not on the way out of here.
Of course. And I'm not planning on spending the next hour hunting for this. Just I made a promise.
Yeah, give it a quick look around. If you can't find it, just grab another rock.
I have a feeling he'd notice.
Yeah, but at least you tried.
Yeah.
I honestly think we should all focus our energy on this.
A
life might be at stake here.
The crowd's not going anywhere. Besides,
Yeah.
If I was going out there for in hours, I'd say true. I'm going out there for 5 minutes.
And our show dictates that you two remain to chase the crowd, nerds as you are. And Liam has the option of going with Agent Cooper. But you're getting that rock. You've made your promise.
It was a pinky promise.
I won't let you break a pinky promise. If you break a pinky promise, I'll kill you in game and in real life. You can't do that.
It's fucked up.
Liam will go along. It's better that we stay in pairs anyway.
The pinky promise is sacred.
It is.
Tobias can judge you.
I just don't think that we could have convinced him otherwise, so I wasn't even trying.
I mean, personally, I don't care as Cameron. Tobias is just more of a straight-laced, life is on the line. 5 minutes looking for rockets, 5 minutes not looking for a killer.
We'll just have to look, twice as hard each.
Characters in TV shows always making the most efficient, informed, and wise decisions? Stupid.
Because I'm bringing Liam out there. Maybe we'll just where is this rock? And bump into our missing person.
Or bump into the killer and get attacked alone.
Yeah.
And as they try to rip your head off.
There's two. I'm combat focused. Liam is, Shaggy.
Liam.
He can run away.
Shaggy.
The amount of people.
And no, I just noticed he has a dog.
Yeah.
Except instead of a coward, he's like, yeah, I'll walk off alone into this, branch of the mausoleum.
Yeah. Just I
I'll be
picture
fine.
Liam as capable of doing the like running in midair. Let's get out of here.
He did do that when the ghost showed up.
Yeah.
He grabbed the dog and did the scamper sound effect in midair and took off.
Leave a Liam-shaped cloud.
But as everybody starts to like settle in and gather, and they're doing their mic tests and getting the cameras settled, last minute little adjustments. You two skip off to with Tyke in tow to go look for Rock. To you two casing. What are you looking for?
The faces.
Yeah, those people.
Okay. All right. It's not difficult to look for faces. It just takes a little bit of time. There's a good bit of people, and they're constantly moving. And you wonder, like, did I check that row? Yes, I did. And then somebody else joins it when you look back, and you're like, "Fuck, who is over there now?" And have to go look at that like group while also trying to be a bit subtle about it because it is kind of weird. There's a bunch of people here. More the longer this goes on. Some of them just seem to be here from the city, but there's a good bit of citizens. And you guys look and look and look and look, and you don't see familiar faces. Just the people you've talked to in the park today. You can see Max boredly swinging his legs in his little orange and white striped shirt, looking absolutely fucking done with this. And I mean, by the time it's nearly starting, you've not seen anyone who catches your eye. It's kind of the last minute, though, before it begins, and Max and his dad get up and go to the restroom nearby. You can see the little old lady and her dog, Miss Livingston, show up, taking their sweet time. And in the woods, traipsing this whole time, being like, no, it was this path. Are you sure? No, this is the path we took to get to the other thing. You were looking for the other stuff. It's back and forth until you do find roughly the area. There weren't a lot of markings of note, though, so you're kind of looking around trees, split up.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's more like Cooper's, specifically with his abilities of being hyper aware of his surroundings, is helping him in some aspect.
You look for the tree where you feel most like your heart like jump just slightly at having a rock sling at you, and that's still not nearly as traumatic as everything that just happened in a cemetery the other week. But at one point when you guys are looking around and kind of like spread out over a not clearing necessarily but lighter area, Tyke goes still and whips his head around.
What's up, Tyke? He looks in the direction that Tyke is.
He starts kind of like stepping forward a little bit as if like looking, you can see him sniffing at the air, and he suddenly starts barking and takes off like a fucking rocket.
Tyke, like, you see Liam like begin racing after Tyke.
There's like a sigh as he's like looking down. Damn. And then he runs over and like chases.
Yeah, you hear something small like take off into the woods, and Tyke is on that shit.
Last time this dog ran right to the main like threat, so who knows?
Fair.
You follow behind Liam a little bit, trying to catch up. It's a little difficult to move through the woods in this section. There's a lot of brambles from before. There's knotted up roots, loose rocks. There's one of those fucking burrows for like one of the rabbits that you found earlier and decided was definitely not the creatures that you nearly roll an ankle in, both of you. But Liam gains a bit on you, taking after Tyke, able to better follow the path Tyke takes, which is a little clearer. And eerily quickly, you feel uncomfortable. Jacob, you feel watched.
It's a trap.
There's a moment where he like reaches into his jacket, like for where his gun is on his like side holster, and then like stops, remembering there are a lot of fucking people nearby. Instead, because I was given that blessed ritual dagger, correct, Cam?
Sorry, what's up?
You gave Cooper that dagger, right? That blessed dagger.
Not give you? No, it's his dagger.
No,
Damn.
I took it
He
back.
spent so much money on that. What are you talking
That's
about?
fair. And he
Yeah.
he looks around just as like shit, I don't want to fire a gun if I don't have to, but I feel really
You slow just a bit looking around. Tyke and Liam take off across one of the paths that you basically have made it back to. And off the other side, there's like the moment you're like, oh, good, we're on the. Oh, God, Tyke. And he just keeps going. You follow him into the woods, and a little bit behind, further delayed, is Jacob. And Jacob, when you step out onto the path, you realize what is looking at you, as there's kind of like a, oh. And you look to the side and you see Max, who looks like legitimately like almost like a little hurt, but like not in, and he looks upset. And his like hands kind of go looser, and he's like, do you actually want to go get it?
I was trying to.
Liam, ahead of you, unaware that you're moving further and further away from Jacob, you follow Tyke. It's so loud, the crashing of you and the dog, that you don't necessarily hear Jacob stop following. And there's this bizarre squeal sound as Tyke has caught something up ahead of you. You crash into the area, and under Tyke's paws is a rabbit pinned down.
Oh shit. Grandpa, Dad, and Dad are gonna be happy for you to come along. He wanders up.
Tyke doesn't look as happy as usual. He seems to be like sniffing at the rabbit and like growling a little bit, but then just kind of whines, does the head cork in confusion. And Max kind of like reaches a hand down and rubs a bit of dirt off of his palm and brushes off some like little leaf bits from his shorts. It's cool. That makes it a lot easier. As something twists in his facial features, becoming long and sharp and almost immediately furred. The body is limp as a thing lunges for you.
Oh shit.
Oh no. Guys, we specifically had the not getting your heads ripped off groups.
We did specifically have that, but
If you discharge your weapon, at
sometime-
least we'll come running.
I'll
It's
see what
okay.
happens.
Jacob has the armor.
I do have armor.
He was
And
the one I was going to recommend to be bait if we really went down that road.
Jacob was going to be the one who suggested himself to be bait. He's like
I think
the most
Liam would have been
prepared for
perfect
being
for it.
Liam too, because just Liam, like something about him, just you just want to like grab and eat or something, you know, for a monster.
He seems like something like a monster would just pick up on their shoulder and run off with, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. This one snaps for your face as you just kind of watch like mouth extend and darken into black lips. Teeth become pearly white and long as it snaps for your face, and it misses you just barely and then recoils into the body. There is an almost vulpine head looking back at you from the rest of Max's body.
Rest in peppers, kid.
There is a mix of emotions from this, as when it first hits, like the change, there's an immediate look. Jacob, a man who is very composed in dangerous situations, relatively unflappable. It's not at first a look of like surprise and shock. It's that look of damn it, like that dismay of fuck, and then immediately goes into in danger mode, out of the way, and then has that brief bit of, damn, was I right that it's a werewolf? Like, what the fuck is this?
You know,
the fighting stance.
You know, you guys finding my den is really, really annoying, and it still speaks in Max's voice. Its lips and mouth don't move the same. Its jaw just kind of drops open a little bit, but it's still definitely the same voice. And like the body just shrugs as if nothing is different. The mannerisms are very similar. But like you walking off by yourself, thanks. An FBI agent, fake or not. Are you gonna do anything?
Shoot him.
As it lunges again for you.
He tries to do his best to match that distance as that like lunge and then snap back. He assumes it has like a range. He would like to try to grab them as they make that lunge. Like grab by the head almost.
Yeah, roll some, kick some ass.
Ugh.
You know, this can be hard to explain.
Just a little bit.
That's rough, buddy.
That was rough.
Alright, yeah, you deal no harm to it. But it deals harm to you. You reach for the head, and as you do, it just kind of like tucks its muzzle down lower and rolls its head under your arm. It snaps at your forearm, and you manage to pull it back just in time. It goes, "Oh, you're fast!" And then it moves in closer, the tiny little body getting under your guard. And it actually jumps up and like tries to like wrap its arms around you. Does, and then bites your throat for 3 harm.
Oh shit. I do reduce that, right?
You don't have armor there.
Fuck. Oh wait, I have always armor for battlefield awareness.
That you may have.
Alright, I take 2 harm. Yeah, there's definitely like a cry out of pain from Cooper.
It giggles.
We hear him screaming in pain.
Would that be close enough?
Liam, you and Tyke can hear it, and you may absolutely send an SOS message to the others.
Oh shit. And then he will send the message and be like, Tyke, come on, run. And he will run towards where he heard the scream.
Looks confused, but abandons the rabbit and takes off after you.
It's like, does it let go after like biting my neck or something?
No, it's holding on to you and
Okay.
seems to be trying to like gnaw
Take it
through
off.
your throat.
Then he is trying to pry it off, like pull like by the jaws, opening it, and is hoping to like utilize his much like larger frame and body weight to like almost slam it into the ground.
Roll again.
That
You
is a
wouldn't
10.
kill him. He's
I
a...
wouldn't kill. Well,
Not you. I mean, I'm telling Val, you wouldn't kill him. He's a cop. You can't kill a cop.
Can't. It's illegal.
Alex has got plenty of luck to burn.
I do have plenty of luck.
Lamau. What a kill. Anyway, you can choose 1 extra effect. You gain advantage and take +1 going forward, or to somebody else. You may inflict terrible harm and add 1 more. You may suffer less harm, or you may force them where you want them.
Because they are going to be hurting you on this one as well.
I have a feeling the suffer less harm is a better call.
It will be another bite.
Yeah, that's a better call. I will take less harm.
All right. Then again, with your battlefield awareness and taking 1 less, you will only take 1 harm.
Oof.
what are you harming it with? You're
His
trying to
body and the
pry.
ground.
Okay.
As he's like, what his plan is to pry off the jaws, just like get that mobility and like almost hold the mouth open, and then he twists suddenly, doing some very basic just throws that he learned in training. A little harder because he never did sparring with a child. Makes it a little tougher, and tries to twist and then slam into the ground.
All right, let's see. What damage do you do?
You know, I respect the hustle, but also it is trying to take your head off.
Yeah. Just trying to get it out of the way,
Because it is only with your body, I will give it 1 harm.
Yeah.
As you're prying at the jaws and like pulling back on it, it seems to kind of like squint and peel back its lips, some like irritated by it, but it does not let go. And let's see.
Oh, he couldn't get it off?
No.
If I picked like force it where I wanted, probably, but that would have been
Yes.
a chunk of damage because I'm at 3 ticked. Soon I might get an actual injury.
Do we... So...
Liam arrives next, and by this point in it, again, because we're not going by like D&D initiative, so we're going to try to be better about our combat descriptions. Our viewpoint as the audience has watched as this thing is gnawing into his neck, and there's even a point where Jacob manages to pry it off and like reel back and away from it, and as he does, it is off the path, and the creature just gets even more delighted. Max hunkers down while this beast just kind of like flicks its ears forward, licks your blood off of its lips, and lunges, pinning you down, and is back on your throat as Liam arrives.
Oh, fuck. And he's gonna run. I wonder if this applies.
Yeah, fucking sure. What could go wrong? You want to pry a kid monster off of your buddy whose throat's being torn out?
Yeah. I think I will go and try to stab it with the multi-tool. I'm gonna kick some ass.
Alright, roll it.
I don't know if the thing is aware that I'm here, but it seems really focused on my friend. Would this facilitate maybe an advantage on it?
No.
Fair.
It is very
pretty good,
keen, and
though.
while it's very definitely locked on Jacob right now, its ears definitely like swivel back as you and Tyke come crashing in.
Ooh, and a 10 as well.
Yep.
He runs in and just sticks the multi-tool into this thing, trying to wrench it off its friend.
All right. With the 10, you get to pick one of the regular success bonuses, and then you may spend one of your hold 2 to do one of those 3.
I'm definitely going to do the reduced harm, because I think I'd still take damage as well, correct? For the extra effect.
Okay.
And I don't have armor.
Are you doing suffer less harm for both of them?
I'm actually going to hold off on spending
cool.
my holds for now.
All right. So,
actually, I will inflict one more harm with one of the holds. So
Okay.
kind of inflict more harm, and then with the 10, I'll reduce the harm I receive.
You are not the person that it is grappling, so you are able to rip it off of him. You can just describe a bit of your fight with it and how you hurt it.
All right. He runs up with the multi-tool, and even though its ears kind of perk up, he just stabs it into like the face and just kind of tries to wrench it off of him, kind of using the tool as leverage, kind of almost causing it to where it had stabbed to just kind of rip into it a little bit harder.
We watch as Liam kind of like stabs into it and is able to like rip it backwards. It hauls away from Jacob for a moment, stumbling away. It looks bizarrely off kilter. Just this tiny kid's body being torn off of a grown man, and he's bleeding. Like, he's not bleeding out yet because he didn't take that much damage. He's one tick away from that.
One tick.
But it doesn't look good. It's bad, and there's blood fucking everywhere. At least on his throat and its face. Hold on. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I was just doing the back thing where he texted everybody.
Yeah, and as it whips back around, looking at you, snarling, it sees Tyke and seems to like kind of like inch away a bit before snarling at the dog. And then its head like warps and twists back into Max's. And it stamps a foot, leans back its head as if a kid about to have a tantrum, and shrieks. You, hands mostly free besides your tool and enough time to see that this is going to happen. Kind of on impulse, raise your hands, and you did one more harm and reduced one, yes?
Yep.
Alright. You take one harm as your eardrums. The pain is horrible, and worse than that, it fills you with like an animal terror. Not necessarily like conscious, like you have to be scared. It just sets off your flight or flight. And it does this for both of you, except Jacob, on the ground, you take 2. You take -1 for your situational awareness, but this armor won't help you with either. And this is, in fact, an attack that harms both of you.
So that is 2 damage, or just 1?
Just 1.
I kind of like seeing it happening. I'm gonna warn Jacob to cover his ears, and I'll reduce Jacob's by 1 as well, using the last of my hold.
All right, you do so, and you take no harm. What is the damage of your multi-tool?
It's just 1 harm, so 2, I guess, with the extra potency.
All right. From behind you guys down the path, as this thing kind of like lunges for you, and at first Tyke barks, and it kind of like recoils for a second before it seems to like figure fuck it, and is going to go for you again. We see the other 2 run up. Jacob, you have enough time to like pick yourself up out of like basically ditch you've been thrown in.
Yeah, he's also like
back onto the
touching
path.
his throat, like he's checking real quick how bad it is. There's that wince of like, oh fuck, that's bad.
We
Could be worse though.
We get the message while like doing our patrol, and I look at why do I keep wanting to call you Liam?
I don't know. It's been a common thing.
Tobias.
Why is this always you, Cameron? Always your
It's not a weird name, I promise.
Okay, so I look at Tobias and I'm like, on the
I mean, when
right
he got the
side,
message, he just
don't
booked.
have to. Okay, well, I was running. On the bright side, we don't have to find it now.
As you guys had first left you guys run past, obviously worried about the message, but our camera watches the scene behind you guys as you run out of frame, and we can see the father leave the bathroom, and he's talking to his ex-wife, kind of trying to explain something, and he's dragging his hands to his hair, and she is losing her mind. Immediately, she's like grabbing for some people and stuff, and she's like, clearly, Max is missing.
This is gonna go poorly.
Yeah.
It's already gone poorly. Max is dead.
Yeah. Well, I know, but it's gonna go even more poorly whenever we look like we killed him.
True.
When we're, putting holes in him, burning him alive, This might not be a stick around and find out kind of situation.
You could always hide the body.
Yeah, we might just have
Or
to
run.
do something. We might just have to like.
But probably you should save your companions from being killed by the weird fox
Yeah.
monster first.
It would be a
Consider
thing-
giving him the glack.
It'll be a thing of you will find a method, and then hopefully law enforcement can get involved in the one like confidant that we have.
Maybe it has less health because it's a child.
We cannot
Um,
be caught here.
Alex, how much time do you have?
I would like to wrap up like now-ish because I need to make sure of filming stuff, getting things set up, all that.
Ah, beans, I
Yeah,
see.
I made plans for when we end at normally 8:30.
That's fair. I thought we could go a little longer because we didn't have that restriction,
Oh,
but
yeah,
I
totally
probably
fine.
should check first. You guys have your little, well, I guess we don't have to find it now, and running off down into the path, approaching and over both of your shoulders, between the two of you, we can see Jacob kind of stagger out of the woods, holding his bloody throat as what looks to be just Max is like running at Liam while Tyke loses his mind barking, but doesn't seem to know what to do. And our scene cuts to black.
They can act real natural, by the way.
Oof. Yeah, that was just a kid. I thought the kid was gonna be cool. Like, ooh, another ally in our monster hunting, maybe.
I mean,
No.
Because it doesn't matter much for the fighting the thing, the longer it is able to play people, the longer it can know more about how to act like those people.
Makes sense.
kind of like a doppelganger.
Which it's probably good we took this case now, because if we took it later, we would have been fucked.
Yeah, it would have been too good.
Nah, we just want to use someone as bait again.
Oh no, if you guys had taken this way later, you wouldn't be hunting for it in the park.
Yeah.
Fair.
They
It's
just have a
getting
house.
better and bolder.
They just have a house with like a meat closet.
Alright, but our end of session.
Can't believe you killed 2 kids.
I did.
Don't count as off screen.
But we met one of them, but it was already dead. We thought it was a real kid. Alex thought he was having like a moment with this kid.
It's the only
after
reason
that
why he liked the
bonding
kid
moment
because it
you
was
guys had.
actually a monster.
Yeah. Oh, that should have been it. I was like, man, why do I respect this kid so much? Why do I think he's cool? That's
Also,
the reason.
it's a fox monster and he's wearing an orange and white striped shirt. Just for me.
Yeah.
The fox didn't do it intentionally. That's just for me. Alright, end of session experience. You guys have not concluded the current mystery.
Nope.
Did you save someone from certain death or worse?
Nope,
I
everyone's
was- I
dead.
think- I was
Well,
saved.
we were hopeful. It did not work out that way.
If I count.
You will probably get that one next time because you will have prevented what would happen if you guys weren't here.
Fair.
Parents getting killed.
Somebody getting killed.
But for now, a no. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
I guess technically yes.
This thing's existence, if that counts.
Well, yeah. You guys have learned that there are more creatures than are known and talked about by people. There is at least that. They will be few and far between, or twists on existing things, most normally. And then, did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Man, Agent Cooper will go out of his way for a kid for a rock.
Yeah, Agent Cooper has a weakness to kids.
I wouldn't say it's a weakness.
He literally
to
won't even shoot the monster that is a kid.
It's not because it's a kid. It's because there's a crowd of people nearby. There's a good reason for that, and it's less of it's a kid. It's more of just like
It's killing you.
nice. It's not the gun part. That isn't part of the equation. The helping, like the rock thing, was I'm just a nice guy. I'm gonna help somebody out. Yeah, I get it, kid. I get being like kind of ignored by your parents. Let me help you out.
He also keeps his pinky promises.
He does. He keeps his oaths.
You know, we did learn that Liam is actually the face of the party.
That is true.
It helps that he is a dog.
True.
Bitches, and bitches is everybody. Love dogs.
Yeah. When Cooper swore his oath to the FBI, he swore an oath to protect the Constitution. I bet helping a kid out is somewhere in there. I haven't read it.
I haven't read it. Most people haven't.
Yeah.
It's the same either way. You all mark one experience.
Nice. Just need to fail 2 more times. Let's go.
Please, not in the fight.
See,
For the love of God,
you're not
not
gonna
in the
survive
No promises.
more of those.
I ran out of holds, man. I can't save you anymore.
If
Look,
Cooper
Cameron-
dies, I'll come up with like I'll pick the Luchador playbook to play into the fact that
Oh
I've
my
been
God.
getting into WWE shit. I'm about
That's
to
a
German,
slippery slope, my friend.
about to German suplex a cryptid. Let's go.
Hey, Cameron, wanna run in and use magic to heal him?
I can heal
I
myself.
could try.
Don't worry. I can heal myself. I have the thing from the expert playbook.
You do, yeah. I was about to say you have a really good one for this particular situation.
Oh yeah, I can help myself real quick.
But he could call upon the power of religion to heal you.
Religion doesn't have that many good ways of actually healing people. It's only the shams. The Pope has never healed anyone.
Jesus got the blind, but that's it. He didn't go around just healing grievous injuries.
That's
Didn't
fair.
Jesus
Most religion
heal people with
the cure,
illnesses?
He
the cure
did,
is usually
but he was
death.
also
Yeah.
the son of God.
Well, you could ask him real nicely. and
I
maybe
d- While I don't want to reveal character secrets, I don't think that Tobias is the son of God.
Tobias, take the chosen playbook.
Become the son of God.
Messiah.
Retcon reality.
No,
Exactly.
not the chosen. It's the oh god, what is the godlike one?
There is the
Nah,
specific
I'm the son of
paladin
Jesus. There we go.
one. I mean, there's the yeah. You could run through like preacher lore.
I
where
think
they
claiming
kept the
that-
bloodline.
Technically makes you the Antichrist.
It's probably. Does he have a mark? Are you gonna make a funny little symbol to prevent buying from selling unless you have that mark? Tobias, is that part of your like personality?
Are you gonna end up on Fox News?
I'm gonna say no.
Oh, well, specifically that makes me kind of not trust you. The way you said that, I kind of feel like you want to limit people from bartering with a symbol.
I'm just saying no.
If you start packing like a plane trip to Israel, I'll also have to intervene. That's yet another marker that you'd be the Antichrist.
I mean, like, what if I have family there though?
Still.
Kind of sus.
My dad is Jesus.
True, that makes sense.
Well,
but
he's not there anymore. He's in everybody's heart.
He's with us.
That's just the
That's-
story the church tells you.
That's the reason you need to save space for Jesus. He's
It's
there
that
and lonely.
Fucking conspiracy. Elvis never fucking died or whatever it is. That stupid one, but it's Jesus never actually died.
Well,
He's
no,
just
because
retired
Jesus
in the
did
Mediterranean at some
come
beachside
back.
house. Yeah, he came back. But like he literally came back like physically and he just never left. And he's just like sitting at like a beachside house somewhere in the Mediterranean, sipping margaritas.
I
Yeah.
can't wait
I mean,
to...
The Bible says that he rose from the dead, but they never said what happened to him afterwards.
They never did say what happened to him
Never
afterwards.
said. I can't wait for this lore to be expanded upon as the game goes, and then Vale will have to say that the Mormons were right, and he did
Man.
visit him.
I was about to say we need Bible 2 to come out,
Tobias
but then you
is
said that,
Jesus.
so never mind.
Yeah. That's why you have so much money. Oh shit.
Tobias hasn't beat enough tax collectors yet to be Jesus. He can be the son of
True.
Jesus, maybe.
That's fair.
The Son of Jesus.
But
There's a
is
reason why he's
Jesus proud
Catholic.
of you?
Tobias, Jesus. I
That's
see
why
what
he's
you're
got such a weird name.
Do you want to talk about your relationship with your father?
No.
And the Holy Spirit.
Big shoes to fill.
Oh my god, guys. What do we do?
He's been part of Christ Corp this whole time.
He's
Oh.
so rich. He actually gets royalties on all the Bibles they sell.
Oh. Oh, Jesus really is not proud of you.
You don't know, maybe after all this time he's just become like the owner of like a megacorp, you know?
I would like to think that the Jesus that chases the tax collectors out of the temple, whipping them, would never turn. The rest of religion can betray me, but I need that to still remain sacred.
I'm enjoying this version of alt history that we're making now.
It's my world. I'm the god of it. I decide.
True.
I ain't in the Vatican. They can't fuck with me. But with experience done, any comments, questions, yays or nays to your fellows or to myself?
Great reveal on Max.
That was sick.
Honestly, like there was like the initial like, oh, thank God it's just the kid, but at the same time, him dusting himself off was also concerning. But at the same time, I was like, no, it's probably fine. And then
Yeah, I tried to like bait and switch back and forth between the two of you really quickly there at the end, just to make it unclear which of you was about to get attacked.
Yeah, I was like, one of us could get attacked, but I almost thought for that beginning part it was going to turn into like, now I'm babysitting a kid in a monster fight. Like that style. And then it was like, god damn it, he's the monster.
I almost had said whenever, because I saw what Vale did moving Max in that scene,
Yeah.
and I almost was like, I'll go check the restroom, make sure that, you know, nothing happens in there. I didn't actually suspect Max. I was actually a little concerned his dad may, like, murder him in there or something.
Like his dad was the monster.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was I noticed that and I was like, oh, I think obviously, you know, Max is gonna show up. And then it's like two camps of which version of that. And it happened to be the version where he's trying to kill me.
Yeah.
But that was a very dope reveal.
It was yeah, it was
Very
a classic,
cinematic.
Classic wolf and sheep puzzle, you know.
Yeah.
As long as there was a bunch of us together, they wouldn't reveal themselves. But the moment there was just one alone, you know, immediately went to head chopping. And it's
Well,
halfway done.
I knew it was coming literally the moment. I was like, I think you should stay here. Vel's like, nope, they're going for the rock.
Oh, well, of course. It's a TV show. We all know it's coming when it's coming.
Yeah. You got to keep up the TV show. That's one of the other reasons I pushed for it. It's like, well, this would be good TV.
Also,
That's by the
because
line.
as the keeper, I can just split you guys up.
True.
And you made a promise for the rock. You wanted to go get the rock. You're not going to convince him to not go get the rock. So you, sir, are going to go get that rock.
And I'm doing my job as to know it all well, because it's exactly for my character to say something that you should not
Next.
do.
Next session, you are absolutely 100% within your right to hit him with that. I told you so.
Given that he's not like bleeding out in the moment.
Yeah, once he's not bleeding out, or if he's dead. Like, you can't tell him I told you so if he's dead. At least not in any way
You
that
could
matters.
say it, after his funeral.
You can
That's
say
okay.
it over like alcohol, like shaking your head, like your forehead and your hands, as I'll just like pat your shoulder and be like, I told him. I knew it.
You know
You
what
stare
it
into
is?
your reflection in the alcohol. Just...
You know what it is? It's just gonna. Your next character is just gonna be Cooper, but as a ghost using the monstrous book.
That'd be great.
Now I'm the monster.
I'm so obsessed with like hunting monsters, he becomes one.
Man, that would really fuck him
Listen,
up, though.
if you die, just put in your will that you want to belong to the fox, and it will take you over, and it could do cool stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, that fox is not getting away from here alive.
Fair.
Nah, guess
So-
who's gonna get a
Pile of
silver
burning
sword
rubble.
next session? You want to kill something with a silver sword, Cooper?
Yes.
That thing is
So
going to get
cool.
stabbed and burned and maybe shot.
Yeah, you
It's
just
gonna
gotta
be
get to the kid
nasty.
first.
True.
It's gonna be real bad, and it's gonna look real bad, and we're gonna run as soon as we're done.
I came into this game attempting to play Leon S. Kennedy. I'm leaving the game playing as Geralt. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
I will say another thing that I'm really happy with is our back and forth as a party is so much fun.
I like
actually
the-
enjoy it a lot.
I like the very like dry humor of this party, where in these moments we're all kind of just bouncing around, razzing each other, but it's like never malicious. It never feels like we're actually fucking with each other, which I mean it shouldn't. It's just like that friendship where we're kind of like poking fun in a situation, but then all right, business. Like stick to the point, but we'll still have fun.
True.
It's the thing that's like been fun about these games where I'm like, damn, I could see these people just actually as friends. There isn't that bit where it's like, all right, how do I kind of strew together that these people would stick together? It's like, oh no, I can see why they'd all get along.
Since me just saying it isn't enough. The truth.
I see.
You see it in red?
It's faux, but it's a fox. It's a faux fox. It's a fox.
Alright, but as much as like comments can go, the sun is rapidly going down and I gotta film. Because we
Yep.
got our green screen.
Go do your shit.
I will. See y'all later. Thanks for the fun game, Vale. This was really fun. I'm happy we're still doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not stopping it.
Good.
Hopefully.
Except
Hell or high
for
water.
except for the 22nd where Devin, Cam, and I will be busy.
You. How would you?
We have like a shindig thing. We got a little hangout. It's gonna be cool.
Destroy an entire week of my role playing?
Yeah, I know, right? Blame Cam. He's the one playing this.
I'm sorry, it's my fault.
He could have left Friday and Saturday out of this, but nah. So blame
How
him.
dare he pick the days most common for people to do things?
To be fair, he picked the entire week. So, like,
did
I'm
pick
there
an entire
for a full
week.
7 days.
You could
I claimed
share
it all
at
for
least.
myself.
He did. But
I'm sharing it with the people who are coming here.
Yeah.
No, I need 4 hours from Alex on Friday, and we need 4 hours from all of you on Saturday.
I can't believe one of you hasn't won the Powerball yet, so that you can buy us plane tickets.
I'm
so we can
trying
fly
to
out.
be YouTuber famous. We're literally live right right now.
Yes.
Well, it's not Pathfinder or D&D. It's no likey.
No, like,
No, like. Alright.
just all you have to do, Q, is feed all of your OBS recordings of my segments, feed it to an AI, and just have like a chatbot for me. Just do that.
I don't
You're
think we
fine.
need an AI flavored Alex anytime soon. Don't
That'd
put
be
that
so
curse
funny.
in
though.
the world.
That'd be so funny.
We
I
are
would love that.
starchly anti AI so long as we are in my game.
Fair. I, however, if I can find a method to do that, I will feed my entire YouTube channel to that AI.
I think it's funny when you have the voice mimic AIs with like your friends,
Yes.
but literally every other use of it is evil and taking voice actors out of work. So
Taking money from voice actors that need that is weird. But yeah.
Behold the future.
Yeah.
It's
the future.
grim.
yeah, let's make robots to do the fun parts of being alive so we can just be corporate slaves forever.
Well,
Alright,
if the
I'll catch y'all
corporations
later. I
don't
gotta
need-
do it.
Bye.
Peace.
Yeah.
I really like this game, Phil. I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm glad. I still feel like I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's fun, so I don't care.
You know, I genuinely like this the stream idea of having the chat on the side for the characters.
Yeah, it worked out.
That's-
pretty good.
That's something that I'll have to mention to Aza to see if they want to try to incorporate it at all.
But nice of you to pick up the torch for the stream.
I wish I could have done something a little fancier than just a black screen with my face in the corner, but
It was kind of last minute, so.
I've literally had no time to do anything. We've been trying to get back on Foundry for like weeks, and I just have had no time. It is what it is, unfortunately. But you know what? Since we're pretty much here at the end, thanks everyone for watching. We actually had quite a few people on stream for a good amount of time. A lot of comments from other people as well, not just friends. So, if you guys want to see more, like, follow, subscribe, do whatever on your platform of choice. Let us know in the comments. And maybe we'll start doing more live Monster of the Week stuff in the future. Maybe not this game particularly, since it's kind of been already claimed by another streamer. But you know, technically we could share the stream as well. It's not like having multiple people stream the same game is really that weird. But I don't know. We enjoy all things tabletop here. Anyway, we'll go ahead and say goodnight.
Ciao. Thanks for hanging through it.
99.
Bye.